The Sox scored a run in the 8th and walked off the Blue Jays in the 9th. They also had a big loss in their lineup. They lost their shortstop, Jose Reyes, and he was placed on a disabled list after this game last night.
After this pitch, you could tell something was up. Watch the reaction from Jose. We've seen this before. Grabbing at that left side and trying to pull and stretch, feeling something obviously, and then when he ended up making it out to finish off that inning, you can see how dejected and how upset he is. Not because he struck out, because he knew that he was injured. Throwing his gear around, he ended up throwing out the shortstop. And today, you know, just like we suspected, they were probably going to lose Jose Reyes.
You see, Dalton Pompey, he's on the bench as well. He's not in the starting lineup because he made a terrific catch in left field, but injured himself with the effort.
At the moment, I thought a game changer right here. Bases loaded, nobody out. Blue Jays up by a run. He makes an outstanding catch on that ball in the left field, but he told me today he got some whiplash when he hit the ground right in the back of his neck. So he is out of the lineup today. He's eligible. He can play. He says he can play. It hurt at the time, but he is not in the starting lineup tonight.
John Gibbons has done some experimenting. He's going to use Cecil as the closer for a while, and he's not really going to go with any hard and fast lineup down in that bullpen. Let's take a look at his lineup as Blue Jays try to snap this 4-game losing streak. It is Travis top of the order in place of Reyes, and Donaldson moves up. Bautista in the 3rd spot. Russell Martin. Look at his numbers. These are really interesting numbers now. Against Clay Buchholz, the Red Sox starter, he has 4 hits. All 4 hits have been home runs. And down at the bottom of the order, shortstop Brian Goins. He too has hit well against Clay Buchholz, 6 for 13 with 4 ribbies, and they are anxious to get things turned around against the Red Sox here tonight.
Well, they're up against the #1 pitcher that the Red Sox have to offer. This is Clay Buchholz. There are his numbers, 1 and 2 with a .484 earned run average. Buchholz won on opening day when he beat the Phillies with 7 shutout innings, but he hasn't won since. He seemed to turn the corner in his last start. That was against Tampa Bay down in Tampa with 6 innings, 1 run, and a season-high 10 strikeouts. Right-handers have had their way with Clay Buchholz this season.
Interesting splits for Buchholz. The fact that righties would hit him hard defensively. Let's take a look at the Red Sox lineup. The defense in the outfield is Hanley Ramirez in left, Mookie Betts in center, and Brock Holt is in right field. Holt is a super utility player, plays all over the diamond. Pablo Sandoval, he left the game last night because he had whiplash syndrome in his neck as well, making a diving play on the infield, but he's back in there today. Bogarts and Pedroia up the middle. Daniel Navas fetched for a 2nd consecutive day at first. And Ryan Hannigan back behind the plate for Clay Buchholz.
It's an interesting team. They made some changes to this team in the offseason. They needed some more bats. They've also put a former National League All-Star and Rookie of the Year, who used to be a shortstop, out in left field. That is Hanley Ramirez, playing for the outfield for the first time in his career, and he's been okay. Talked to some of the Red Sox people today. I asked them about Hanley Ramirez, and they said he's an athlete. He's getting better. This is a difficult ballpark to learn to play the outfield, but he's handled it quite nicely.
Leadoff man tonight is Devin Travis, and last night he enjoyed his first visit to Fenway Park.
You know, I talked again to some of the Red Sox, and they were very impressed with how quick he was able to get that bat through on that inside fastball last night from Joe Kelly. Quick on the inner half, and he was also able to hit the ball the other way. So that's why he has had such success so far this season.
Buchholz is set. Here's the first pitch of the ball game. It is downstairs for a ball. Devin Travis, that home run was number 6 for Travis. That's the most home runs a rookie has hit in a single month since Brett Lawrie back in August of 2011. There's a slider, and it's 1-1. Clay Buchholz against the Blue Jays, career 11-8 record, but he's only 3-5 in this ballpark. Buchholz gets that breaking ball in there for a strike. He'll throw a lot of breaking balls.
Yes.
He's a guy that really uses his fastball to set up his breaking ball.
Set up his off-speed stuff. And I think Devin Travis, because he's had so much success here the first part of April, they're going to be pitching him a little bit tougher. Seeing a lot more breaking balls now.
The thing that's been impressive about Travis is his patience. We haven't seen him chase an awful lot of pitches off the plate.
He has put up good at bat after good at bat, and you just come to the ballpark and do your thing.
Stays on that pitch. He handles that ball away so well, and he's patient enough to sit back. His last 14 games have been impressive.
10 extra base hits to go along with those 15 RBIs. Pretty impressive stats all the way around.
Buckles got away with one right there. That breaking ball stayed on the inside corner.
With 2 strikes right there, he hung the breaking ball. And he knows, you can see him shaking his head just a little bit. He knew he got away with one. As a hitter with 2 strikes, you're just trying to see the ball as long as possible. So Devin was a little bit tardy on that breaking ball.
Inside off the plate. It's a full count. Good job by Travis making Buckholz throw a lot of pitches. Give a good idea to Josh Donaldson, who's on deck. He has thrown everything in this first at bat of the ball game.
Spoiling some good pitchers too.
Well, the one thing that Travis has shown us that he's not afraid of getting beat by the fastball. And because of that, he can handle his outside pitches. He doesn't open up. There's a ball driven to right center. Mookie Betts was shaded in that direction. Boy, he was battling the sun. It's a tough time of the ball game for the right fielder and center fielder. Now they're going to talk it over. Rock Holt and Mookie Betts, the outfielders, talking about the sun, and there's that sun. You can see what the outfielders have to deal with.
A little bit easier play, I think, for Mookie Betts. He lost a ball in the sun the other day and dropped it. He's a converted infielder playing center field early in his career. That time he got on the side of that ball and handled it nicely.
He dropped that ball down in Baltimore. This is Josh Donaldson. He moves up into the 2 spot as Reyes is out of the order, so they just move everybody up one.
Well, number 2 hole really worked out well for Josh Donaldson back at Rogers Center, that last homestand. They put him up there and he found his stroke.
Ball shoots right back into the seats off the end of the bat. Donaldson had an interesting session of back BP today. He hit as if he were playing a game. He was taking close pitches, and if it was away, he was shooting it to right. If it was in, he was trying to hit it up into the monster seats. It was a good round of BP and a different routine for sure.
Well, I think he understands who he's facing tonight. Clay Buchholz will throw a lot of pitches. He's got a lot in his arsenal. He likes to nibble and pick at the corners and change speeds. A lot of times he will throw a lot of pitches.
And Donaldson hit in that 2 spot at Rogers Center. He went 13 for 25 batting second.
Obviously agrees with him.
Hit it hard, and Bogaerts dives, gets to his feet quickly, and fires in time to retire Donaldson. Leonard Bogaerts, he's just 22 years old. He's got a strong arm. He had some trouble defensively early in the season last year, but he overcome those problems.
Yeah, I asked John Farrell yesterday how the youngster was at shortstop, and he says he's getting better every single day. He wants to learn. He has been working very hard with Brian Butterfield. As you see, Buchholz acknowledged the good play. You work hard every day on the other end of that fungo from Brian Butterfield. You're bound to get better.
This is Jose Bautista. He falls behind 0-1. Jose returned to the lineup after missing 5 straight with that shoulder problem. Well, they've been making a lot of good pitches to Bautista and Encarnacion, and you can see they continue to pound them away.
Eventually, they got to make a mistake, don't they? Come back over the plate.
You would think that they would make a mistake, and Bautista's really trying to protect that outside corner. He's got decent numbers against Buchholz. 280 average. A lot of at-bats. There's one that Bautista foul tipped into the glove. Good start for Clay Buchholz. 3 up, 3 down with a strikeout. Drew Hutchinson will take the mound here at Fenway. David Ortiz talking with his skipper. Let's take a look at their lineup tonight. Mookie Betts topped the order. He won it in last night's game. In the cleanup spot, it's Hanley Ramirez. His last 9 games at bats starting to come alive. 11 for his last 30 with 4 homers and 9 RBIs. And Pablo Sandoval, he is really starting to swing the bat well. Last night he put on a show. He had a double. He had a home run into the bullpen. He's 5 for his last 11 with a pair of home runs.
And he knows it. He knows he's starting to get hot. He's telling everybody, watch out for the Panda. This is Drew Hutchinson, who's coming off by far his best outing of the season. Retired the first 15 Orioles before a home run, but overall his best performance. The Jays have won 3 of his 4 starts this year. He pitched a gem here last May against the Boston Red Sox when he gave up just 1 run.
Mookie Betts, 2 balls and no strikes to start the game. Betts walked in his first at bat in last night's game, and then ended up with a 3 for 4 night overall. Got 3 hits in his last 3 at bats. Hutchinson misses badly.
This team, the Boston Red Sox, they are #1 in the American League in pitches seen per plate appearance. They will work the count, and if you're not on, you're not throwing fastballs for strikes, breaking balls for strikes, they're going to make you work. Here's another thing I think the Red Sox are thinking about. They know the Blue Jays bullpen's beat up. So I think you're going to see them tonight, at least in the first 3 innings here, really try and work over Drew Hutchinson.
That's popped up over near the dugout. Encarnacion gets over and makes the play, and then ends up in the Red Sox dugout. Some of the players down at the end of the bench making sure he didn't fall down into that dugout. Little courtesy players extend to one another.
Well, if it's your home dugout, they're going to be out there and they're going to grab you, make sure you don't fall. They'll let you catch it or make an attempt to catch it, and then they will help you. That's Victor Rodriguez, the assistant hitting coach right there, who helps him right after Eddie catches the ball. And Clay Buchholz.
Clay Buchholz is right there, too, the starting pitcher. So Betts is retired on the pop-out. This is Dustin Pedroia. Pedroia and Betts were on base all night long last night. Pedroia reached base 3 times with a walk and 2 singles. Pedroia batting .282 for the season. 52 extra base hits against the Blue Jays. He doesn't get cheated, that's for sure.
And that's his pitch right there. He loves that one up. And when Drew Hutchinson gets to 2 strikes, let's see what he likes to do. He likes to use that slider with 2 strikes. 40% of the time he will use that. He throws a good one. He gets the strikeout. There it is right there. But right now he's just pulling it out of the strike zone.
When he was so good in his last game, he was directly toward the hitter. He really finished with his body going right toward home plate, not spinning off at all.
Yeah, I talked to him after that game. Said I was really just concentrating on reaching out towards the batter. There's another good breaking ball, but off the plate. And I wanted to finish out in front of all of my pitches, and he did that. Make sure his hand was on top of the ball instead of on the side, and that will end up making a good release point, which he had the whole game.
Pedroia fouls off the 3-2 pitch, and we mentioned the sun, a problem for the outfielders. Kevin Pillar is standing right in the edge of the sun in the shadows, and he has to shade his eyes as that pitch is being delivered. That's really a distraction for the center fielder. Right fielder Michael Saunders, he as well looking right into that sun, and Pedroia takes a 1-out walk. Let's take a look at the defense for the Blue Jays. In the outfield, we mentioned Pompey is not in the starting lineup tonight, so Stanley Valencia in left field, Pilar in center, Saunders in right. Josh Donaldson had a good game defensively last night. Ryan Goins starts at shortstop. Kevin Travis and Encarnacion on the right side. Russell Martin had a good game behind the plate, threw out Mookie Betts for the first time this season. He was caught stealing.
Danny Valencia gets to start in left field. And it's a rather easy field to play because there's not a lot of room in left field. You can play a little bit shallower because anything over your head is going to be off that monster. But this is his first career start here in Fenway Park in left field.
Yeah, you don't have an awful lot of room to cover. You can see you can play deep, and you're still not that far away. Anything over your head is going to bang off that green monster. David Ortiz.
It's a shorter throw, too. Because you're so close.
Ortiz 0 for 10 against Drew Hutchison. He's behind 0-1. High fly ball. Plenty of room for Kevin Pillar. That wind is blowing that ball around. We saw this throughout batting practice. Anything high in the air is going to be blowing from left to right. 2 down. The flag's out in center. They blow in from left field, and anything's going to get knocked down. The defenders here will look at that flag, but they'll also look at the one behind home plate. That's a truer indication of wind direction. This is Hanley Ramirez. Mentioned his last 4 games. He's been hot. 11 for 30 with 4 homers and 9 ribbies. Blue Jays had his number last night.
Aaron Sanchez really had his number, didn't he? He threw some of his best pitches in the game last night to Ramirez.
There's a drive to right. Saunders dealing with that sun. He gets there and makes the out. Ramirez hit it hard, but the inning is over. We've played an inning here at Boston. It's a scoreless game. Edwin Encarnacion looking to get something going. He has hit well in this park before. He'd like to get started again tonight.
Honda CR-V, Motor Trend's 2015 Sport Utility of the Year.
We're back in Boston, and the Blossoms are out a bit. It's starting to warm up here in Fenway. Edwin Encarnacion will lead things off. Boy, there's another pitch away, and they continue to pound both Bautista and Encarnacion with pitches away.
And I like how the Red Sox are playing them straight up, both Bautista and Encarnacion, even though they keep pounding them with those pitches away. Eventually, they're going to have to make a mistake. You just figure. But I looked at Edwin, some of the chase percentage. There's the defense pretty much straight away for Encarnacion. His chase percentage this year, meaning pitches that are off the plate, is he swinging at them? It's not the exact same as last year, but his swing and miss percentage is higher this year, suggesting that he's getting the pitches to hit. He's just not hitting them now.
Yeah, and he is aware of that. He talks about it after the games about just a tick off. 2-1 pitch to Encarnacion. Hits it off the end of the bat. Mookie Betts was shaded in that direction. He makes the catch. How difficult is it for hitters at this time of the game? This is an hour early start time for night games here at Fenway Park, and the lights haven't taken full effect. And you can see all of the different lighting situations the hitters have to deal with out there in that hitter's background.
Yeah, it's finally sunny, but if you ask the players, especially the hitters, they're not happy about that because of the reflection off of the wall in center field. That's right where Clay Buchholz is throwing that ball. Extremely tough to pick the ball up right now.
This is Russell Martin facing Buchholz. He hits it up the middle. That'll be a base hit. Martin with his 5th base hit against Buchholz. That's his first hit that didn't leave the ballpark.
First single. You get a fastball in this situation, take advantage of it. That one right back through the middle. Russell seems to be swinging the bat a little bit better. Had a big 2-run double in last night's ball game.
It was a great at bat. Came in the first inning for Russell Martin. Capped off a 3-run inning. Red Sox came right back with 2 of their own in the bottom half. So Michael Saunders will step in, still looking for his first hit. He's 0 for 9 so far with a couple of walks. Breaking ball for a strike. Saunders has just 2 at-bats against Buchholz. Not a real big sampling. He's 0 for 2. Buchholz will throw to first base a lot. It's almost as if he's distracted and not really focused on the batter and wants a little breather. He just throws to first when there's not really a base stealer there.
And I wouldn't say Russell Martin is a threat to steal. They might hit and run in this situation, but you're right. Whenever there's a runner on first base, plays a little bit longer to the plate.
Pulled foul. You know, with this day and age and all of the talk about pace of game, and Clay Buchholz is one of the more deliberate pitchers, but John Farrell says, you know what, when he gets in a jam, I want him to slow things down. That's the first thing you tell pitchers. Hey, you get in a jam, don't get in a hurry, slow things down. So he's very deliberate.
You hear it all the time, slow the game down. And he's very deliberate when he is out on the mound, especially with runners on base, as he thinks his way through these at-bats.
Saunders fouls that off his foot. Michael played just 9 games in his rehab assignment in Dunedin in the Florida State League. Coming back from that knee surgery, you can still see the brace he wears under his uniform.
This is something you don't see often. Fouling the ball off your back foot. Usually it's that front foot that gets hit when you hit that breaking ball and you top it like that. That time he really got on top of it. Hit it off his back foot.
Buchholz is ahead 0-2. Got a piece of it, fouled it off the catcher. Just foul tipped it. Michael Saunders is 28 years old. This is his first season with the Blue Jays. Buchholz wanted it, turned his back to the umpire. He made one good pitch and didn't get the call.
Breaking ball, breaking ball, breaking ball. And then you try and slip a fastball by him. That comeback fastball. It looks like it might have had some of the plate. 10 strikeouts in his last game. Did not get the call that time.
There's another throw to first, and get used to that. He's going to throw to first a lot. He's probably using that to forget about that last call.
Yeah. Channel his anger after that because he thought he should have had it. You can see from pitch tracker it was just inside.
Saunders strikes out after the inside fastball. That's an off-speed pitch. It's 2 strikeouts for Buchholz so far.
And that will help him climb the ladder in the American League. These are the AL strikeout leaders. Buchholz, we're seeing him on this trip. We will see Corey Kluber in Cleveland, and we just finished up seeing Chris Archer. You think the Blue Jays ever run into some pretty good pitching?
Yeah, they've run into some hot pitching lately, that's for sure. Kluber hasn't won a game yet, despite all those strikeouts. He's pitching in tough luck. This is Danny Valencia, who gets the start tonight against the right-hander. Gaudy numbers for Valencia. .529 average. He's making the most of his limited opportunities. Valencia is 9 for 17.
Is that a 4-hit game? A couple of other multi-hit games. Got to figure out a way to get him in the lineup.
This is chopped foul down the third baseline. He's done a good job working hard to get rid of that label of being a platoon player. He wants to play every day. And you know what? Managers will play you. You get hits, they'll figure out a way to squeeze you in that lineup. Look at Hanley Ramirez. He's playing left field here.
You got a couple of all-stars on the Blue Jays play the positions that Danny Valencia normally plays, third base and first base. So John Gibbons is, hey, the offense, we need somebody to kickstart. Anybody who's swinging a hot bat, I got to find a place for you. So he's got him in left field tonight. If he does well, Blue Jays win. We'll probably see him out there again tomorrow.
Russell Martin's getting his dive back into first practice. He said, wait a minute now, let's check the stat sheet. How many stolen bases do I have?
How many attempts do I have? 2.
Off the plate. They're working Valencia away. He's got a lot of power. And Buchholz has pitched in this ballpark before. He knows. You got to make sure you make the hitters aware of that outside corner, but you can't stay there exclusively.
No, they'll take advantage of it. The good hitters will hit the ball the other way. Show them inside, but you better keep it away.
There's that good running fastball cut away from Valencia. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, he's got so many weapons. Clay Buchholz does to get you out. That cutter, pretty impressive. Curveball has been much better this season. Changeup, he's also got a little bit of a split. Fastball, a little bit of everything.
Another pitch away. Everything on the outside corner and further away. Kevin Pillar in the 8th spot. He's on deck. He had a 2-hit game last night. You run right here with 2 outs, of course. So Martin still being held on. And he'll have to get back one more time.
Yeah, normally you'll see that first baseman with a 3-2 count, 3 and 2 outs, play right behind that batter to shut that hole off a little bit on the right side, but Red Sox are electing to keep him on the bag.
There goes Martin. Valencia strikes out. Another pitch away. Buchholz with a couple of strikeouts in the inning. 3 in the game early.
Move late last night and put Jose Reyes on the 15-day DL. I spoke to him before the game. He's very disappointed. He really wanted to contribute to this team while at the same time trying to heal. But he realized he just wasn't doing enough to help. And his 2 at-bats last night, when he struck out, he felt that wasn't the real Jose Reyes. He almost felt embarrassed for the way he had been playing, especially at the plate. So the plan now is for him to go on the DL, get himself healed up, and get back into the lineup and only return when he is ready to hit from both sides of the plate. It was coming pretty apparent, guys, that regardless of what he did, he was still feeling the pain, and we saw him grabbing at it last night after one of those at-bats. Maybe a little bit late, but this was the right move for him to spend some time on the DL and get better.
It certainly was the right move. He was very limited in what he could do, not only at the plate. We started to see it in the field as well. I don't think he could extend with that left arm as much as he normally would. This is Pablo Sandoval. Sandoval picked up the nickname Kung Fu Panda out in San Francisco, and it seemed to have made its way back to the East Coast. There's a fly ball to left as Valencia is going to go into that corner. It bounces fair off the monster. And Valencia's having a little trouble with it down there, but he gets it back in. Opposite field double for Sandoval. And you mentioned he's starting to heat up. That's why he's right back in the lineup after leaving last night in the 6th.
Yeah, he told Torey Lovullo, the bench coach of the Boston Red Sox, be ready. Panda's ready to start hitting like I normally can. As you see that ball bounce around off of Danny Valencia. He had a couple of hits and a home run in the last game in Baltimore. He had a double and a home run in last night's game, and then leads off tonight with a double to left field. What makes him so good is he can handle any pitch and hit it to any part of the ballpark.
He's 28 years old and one of the most dangerous hitters in baseball. Daniel Nava, he is the first baseman. Pulls the ball on the right side. Travis fields it. Nava does his job. He moves Sandoval to third.
DIY Expert Sale, only at Home Building Center and Home Hardware Building Center. Homeowners helping homeowners with expert advice.
Beautiful evening in Boston. That's Boston Harbor, not too far away from Fenway Park. Beautiful Fenway Park. Blue Jays are going to play the infield in this situation. Sandoval at third. Brock Holt is the batter. Good breaking ball to start the at-bat. He dropped it on that outside corner. Holt's off to a terrific start. This is his 12th start out of the 21 games, and he didn't have a position. Ground ball. Travis will look Sandoval back and go to first. 2 outs. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Thank you, Jamie. Kansas City continues to play good baseball. All those youngsters that came through that organization got the thrill of playing in the postseason World Series for the first time, and they're determined to get back.
Yeah, they're acting like they want to get back there. Most wins in the American League.
Xander Bogaerts, the shortstop, takes the first pitch strike. Bogaerts has had some success against Hutchinson. He's been a pretty good clutch hitter for a youngster, just 22 years old. Russell Martin, boy, he laid out to try to block that ball and may have caught a break. That might have hit the umpire. Martin, of course, had one get away from him in the 9th inning in last night's game. It contributed to that Red Sox win.
It's been a problem, I think, for the Blue Jay pitchers this year. Breaking ball, and he gives up his body on that curveball out in front.
Yep, that didn't hit the ump. It played off of his chest protector and keeps Sandoval at third.
Blue Jays have had 12 wild pitches already this season. It's been a problem.
Inexperienced pitchers with good stuff. That's what'll happen. Hutchinson ahead, 1 and 2, 2 outs. Base hit to right field. Bogaerts took that pitch and just slapped it into right. Sandoval scores the first run of the ball game for Bogaerts. That's his 10th RBI of the season.
That was a sign of a good hitting right there by Xander Bogaerts. It looked like Hutchinson tried to sneak a fastball by him, and he cuts down his swing. You can see he just slices at the ball. You look for that breaking ball, or you've got it in the back of your mind. If they throw the fastball, you shorten up your swing, and he finds a hole on the right side.
1-0 Boston. Number 9 hitter Ryan Hannigan. Boy, it's difficult to pitch around a leadoff double in this ballpark. The Red Sox took advantage of that leadoff double by Sandoval. Daniel Nava had a good at bat. He grounded out to second to move Sandoval from second to third. And then 1 out later, Bogaerts delivers a 2-strike RBI single. Hannigan had a big hit in that 9th inning last night. He singled to center field on the first pitch he saw from Miguel Castro.
They continue to put pressure on the young pitching for the Blue Jays. They started a lot of rallies. First 2 guys getting on last night.
Ball in the strike. Drew Hutchinson understands what his role is tonight. He's got to play the role of the stopper. Give him a good start. Give him that bullpen a break. This is his 5th start against the Jays. John Gibbons needs an extended start tonight. Give that bullpen a break.
Yeah, you can't, and it's going to be hard, but you can't keep asking the bullpen to pitch 3 innings, 4 innings every single night. Your starter has to get deeper. And it might be a thing, Buck, where the starters have to build into that as the season goes along. This is the start of the 5th time through the rotation for the Toronto Blue Jays with this start tonight.
Hannigan will take a 2-out walk. So that'll turn the lineup over and bring the dangerous Mookie Betts to the plate with runners at first and second. Mentioned Betts had hits in his last 3 at-bats last night, including the game winner in the 9th. Good-looking young player.
Yeah, and be ready early. He'll set you up thinking that he's going to take pitches, and then when he's got runners in scoring position, he jumps all over him. He's had 2 hits to right field all season long. He likes to get that barrel out in front.
Hutchinson gets ahead with a fastball. Little cool night. You can see Hutchinson blowing on his hand to make sure he keeps enough moisture in that hand to get a good grip on that baseball.
They're either not seeing that fastball from Hutchinson or they're looking for the breaking ball.
I think they're not seeing it. I think Russell Martin's having trouble seeing it as well. It's obviously still daylight here. I think Russell's having trouble. Normally in day games they put a hitter's background in center field, but because it's a quote-unquote night game, look at all the fans out there. That's right where Russell's trying to locate that baseball.
Yeah, and he's looking right out. That's where the arm swing of Drew Hutchinson's coming out of. Both the hitter and the catcher certainly look like they're having trouble picking up the ball.
There's a little looper into right. That's going to drop. Bogarts is around third. He's going to score. Mookie Betts, a 2-out RBI single.
Well, I've told you, he likes to pull the ball. This is just his 3rd hit to right field this season, but he fights off a pitch from Drew Hutchinson with 2 strikes. High fastball, he just fights it off and finds the grass in right field, and it checks up. Hit the grass and just checks up. No chance for Saunders to throw out Bogarts, who's running on the swing. And a couple of 2-strike, 2-out hits for the Red Sox.
Michael Saunders was awfully deep in right field. And you had mentioned the fact that Mookie Betts hadn't hit many balls there. He certainly doesn't drive the ball there. His power is to left. 2-0 Boston. Dustin Pedroia. Hutchinson is a bit up in the zone. He got off to a great start against Baltimore by pounding down with that fastball.
Pounding down. The hand really stayed on top of the ball. And he worked down on a downward plane. Getting under it just a little bit tonight.
Pedroia hooks it foul. Dustin Pedroia walked in the first. Boston winning that game last night. The series opener. They've won all 7 series openers this season. Just the 3rd time in franchise history they've done that. Pedroia bounces it up the middle. It's going to sneak through. Here comes Hannigan. He's going to score. And they throw the ball back into the middle of the diamond. Dustin Pedroia bounces one up the middle for an RBI single.
Red Sox came into this game offensively really starting to swing it. They've scored 24 runs over the last 4 ball games, and they're getting contributions from everybody. Pedroia likes that ball up. It's another high fastball, and he hits it just out of the reach of Goins. And with the speed of Betts, he gets to third base. Watch this ball bounce and then pick up speed as it heads out into center field. Hutchinson is getting the swings that he wants. The ball's just finding holes. The hit by Bogarts was a foot or 2 away from Encarnacion. Betts' hit was not hit very sharply into the outfield, and now that 4-hopper through the infield.
3 runs, all coming with 2 outs. Now you got to deal with David Ortiz. Betts at third, Pedroia at first. Ortiz chases a pitch off the plate. First pitch changeup.
Drew's done a better job this year handling the left-handers, and I think the changeup is a big reason why. Not afraid to throw it to the left-handers this season.
Another good block by Russell Martin. Well, he went down and put his body in front of that one, and he was beating himself up after the game last night on that wild pitch that got away from him in the 9th inning. That moved the runners to second and third and put the winning run just 90 feet away. Pretty good pitch, broke all the way across the plate, but missed that inside corner. Ortiz hasn't had anything against Hutchinson.
How about that? 0 for 11 his career.
This is trouble. Now he's got a hit. Betts comes in to score. Valencia gets on it quickly to keep Pedroia at second. David Ortiz flares one into left. And you're right. The Red Sox aren't really wearing out the baseball. They're just dropping them in there.
They're finding the holes right now. You can't get discouraged. I think if you're John Givens, Pete Walker, you can't get discouraged. Hutchinson's making his pitches. He's hitting his spots. Right now, everything they swing at is finding a hole.
This is the last thing the Blue Jays needed was a early deficit, and the Red Sox getting to their pitcher. Hanley Ramirez will be the 9th man to bat this inning. They scored all their runs with 2 outs and a man at third. 4 runs in this inning. Hanley Ramirez hit the ball hard in the first, lined out to the right fielder. He's 0 for 4 in this series, but he has a sacrifice fly. He tied it up in the 8th inning with that line drive sac fly.
There's another fastball, 93. And he takes it right down the middle. Getting a little bit darker now. Maybe he was looking for that breaking ball again. The last thing you want to do, I think, as a hitter is start chasing pitches around the strike zone.
Boy, Russell really did a great job of getting over in front of that breaking ball in the dirt. And he's had his share of blocks in this series.
It shifts his feet over. Does a good job of catching the short hop.
Ryan Butterfield on the warning track to get a good angle for a base hit. There's a drive to center field. Pilar coming quickly. He'll get there and end the inning. But the Red Sox score 4 runs on 5 hits.
you'll receive a free Dooney and Burke cosmetic bag, available while supplies last. Time now for our Twitter question of the night. And Buck and Pat, this comes from @OurHousey. And he wants to know if you guys remember much about playing at Fenway Park for the first time. We've seen a lot of Blue Jays go through that experience. What was it like for you guys?
Barry, I remember it. It was a long time ago. My first game in here was August 26, 1969. I was a 20-year-old, came in with the Royals to play the Red Sox. I went 0 for 3. I believe I had a walk in the game, but it was exciting to see the ballpark for the first time.
The first thing, well, the only thing I remember about my first time coming here, I remember I got in the cab at the hotel and I asked the driver, I said, could you please take me to Fenway Park? He said, sure. He drove down the road a little bit and came down some alley and said, okay, here we are.
So it's a building.
I said, no. I said, Fenway Park, you know where the Red Sox play? He goes, this is it. I said, no, this is an old warehouse. He said, no, this is Fenway Park. This was 1983.
Yeah.
Before they made all the changes and everything like that.
But on the outside, you come on to Boylston Street or Lansdowne Street outside, and it's a brick facade outside. You wouldn't know there's a baseball field inside.
Right in the middle of the neighborhood. And it shocked me. And then I really got shocked when I went over in my first game here.
This is Kevin Pillar. He's in the 8th spot tonight. Three balls and a strike. Pillar. You mentioned he had a 2-hit game last night. He had an RBI single and had a double. Finished up 2 for 4. Leadoff walk.
Today, share a video or photo showing your Blue Jays spirit using the hashtag TDTuesday and tag @BlueJays for a chance to win one of 5 trips to Toronto. Buck?
Thank you, Barry. Great opportunity to see the Blue Jays in Toronto. Ryan Goins, the number 9 hitter. We mentioned he has had some luck against Clay Buchholz. 6 for 13. That's a .462 average. Sandoval at third base looking for the bunt, and there's another throw over to first. We should chart how many times he throws to first.
That's 4.
Oh, he's thrown more than that, hasn't he?
Well, Martin was the only other guy who got on. He threw over there 3 times, and that's 1 over there. You know, this is the last thing that John Farrell wants to see from his starter. A walk to the leadoff batter after your team scores 4 runs. You're facing 8 and 9.
Aaron Sanchez said that was the biggest problem he had with last night's start, bottom of the first. Blue Jays scored 3 in the top half of the inning, and he gave 2 right back. He said that was what really made me mad about that start last night, giving those runs right back.
No, he's facing 8 and 9. Normally you see pitchers here. You know, you're hitting 8 and 9 for a reason. Let me make you hit your way on.
There's a ball driven to left field. Ramirez going to play it off the wall. Pillar read it perfectly. He hustles over to third. And Ryan Goins continues to wear out Clay Buchholz. He's now 7 for 14 against Buchholz.
Yeah, that's what you want to do right there. Hammer that fastball. The Blue Jays have something started now.
And they have their hottest hitter coming to the plate, and Devin Travis has really been tough to defend.
Well, you see the average, 368 this season, because pitchers are not sure how to pitch him, where they want to pitch him, because he hits the ball all over the place. 12 hits to right field, 5 to center, and 8 hits to left field. You pitch him inside, he'll pull it by the third baseman. You pitch him away, and he'll shoot the ball to right field with power. You can see how deep Brock Holt is in right field.
First and third, nobody out. He was going that way, stayed on that breaking ball, even though it was a tough pitch. Fouled it back. They mentioned the opposite field hits. Travis is third in the major leagues with 12 opposite field hits. Mike Moustakas of the Royals has 14. Gene Segura of the Brewers has 13. That's a great approach for a hitter.
What do the coaches used to tell you? There's a lot of hits over there.
There's another one. That'll drive in Pilar. Travis, another RBI single going the opposite way. That's his 19th ribby as Pilar scores. That leadoff walk proving costly to Clay Buchholz.
And it's getting around that he can stay on that curveball down and away. You might see teams try to do that a little bit more frequent. But when you have that approach, there's no stride. It's just all hands. You let that ball travel, that's a good piece of hitting right there.
Now, Blue Jays responded to that 4-run bottom of the second. They scored a run here, and here's that spray chart once again.
Can't defend him, you can't pitch to him. If he's going to hit the ball like that, he's had a great month.
Devin Travis is going to be given consideration for player of the month. He's right up there with the big boys. Nelson Cruz has 9 home runs and 21 ribbies. He's probably the odds-on favorite as we speak. Josh Donaldson, boy, he can put the Blue Jays right back in it with one swing of the bat.
Yeah, the Blue Jays have set the table nicely after giving up those 4 runs. Pilar and Goins getting it going. And then Travis. Now you got the big guys.
Again, Buchholz not set, not focused on the hitter, wants to buy some more time.
I don't know why he is so worried about the runner at second base.
He's not. I don't think it has anything to do with the base runner. I just think it has to do with his focus on the hitter. To me, Josh Donaldson is the one you better be zeroed in on, especially in this ballpark. Donaldson's always been a good clutch hitter. Off to a good start this season with the Jays. He had a good rip, fouled it straight back. Buchholz continues to pitch the power bats in this lineup away.
And as a hitter, I think you can't think about trying to pull the ball with 2 strikes on a pitch down and away. Devin Travis had the best approach right there. Breaking ball, shorten it up just a little bit, shoot it the other way.
Oh, and 2. Nobody out. He stayed back there. He let that ball travel just to protect that outside corner.
Yeah, did a good job.
Blue Jays have lost 4 straight. Trying to right the ship here tonight.
Yeah, right now the offense has to help out. Devin Travis at first base is getting a very good lead. Anything on the ground, that's going to give him a chance to try and break up the double play. Knob of the first baseman, he's there, but then when Buchholz gets set, he's got to back up, he's got to give ground, and Travis has picked up on that. Gets a good lead, break up that double play, help the team score some runs.
Outside. One ball, 2 strikes. You got to be aware of that catcher throwing behind the runner, and you see Tim Leeper, he's focused on one guy right here.
Yeah, not even looking at the hitter. Two and two.
innings play out very differently here at Fenway, even early in the ball game. And John Farrell, the manager, understands that. I mean, they just got 4 in the bottom of the second. Now Blue Jays got a chance to come right back.
Yeah, you get 4 and you go, okay, we got 8, 9 coming up. Let's attack them right there. Get back in the dugout quickly. He's one swing away from a tie ball game.
Donaldson gets a piece of it. More often than not, the more pitches a batter sees and a given at bat, better off he is. You see all the pitches. Buchholz doesn't have anything to put Donaldson away with, and there's danger behind Donaldson.
He's thrown 50 pitches already. 50. Make him work.
The Red Sox bullpen isn't in much better shape than the Blue Jays. And they're a pitcher short compared to last night. Base hit past Pedroia. Goins is around third. He's going to score. Travis goes to third. And Donaldson slaps one through the right side. Another RBI single.
And a good approach. Very good approach with 2 strikes. He was letting that thing get deep, as you see John Farrell going over his options. Buchholz just does not have command. He's not the same pitcher that we saw the first couple of innings. Donaldson with a 2-strike approach, that inside out swing where the hands go forward, the barrel of the bat lags just a little bit, and you line that ball to right field.
Like you said earlier, there are a lot of hits over there.
Lots.
Jose Bautista struck out in the first inning. Boy, he needs a big hit. The team needs him to get a big hit. That'd spark everything. He's their big bat. Still nobody out. It's just to right. Tagging at third is Travis. Brock Holt comes up throwing. Here's the throw to the plate. It's a good one, but not in time. What a job by Travis as he chose to come in standing up and stepped right over the glove of the catcher. Heads up play by Travis. Bautista gets an RBI.
You know, that's a good instinct play right there. You're faster if you run through the plate instead of trying to slide. Holt gets his momentum coming home. Comes up with a pretty good throw on the fly, but look at that. Straight through. Run through, just like a sprinter who's trying to sprint right through the finish line. Travis scores the run, and a heads-up play by Josh Donaldson, tagging at first base.
Donaldson gets into scoring position on the play. There's still just one out. Encarnacion. Boy, it is such a big inning for the Blue Jays. They were dead in the water after giving up a 4 spot. Pilar walked to start the inning, going singled off the Green Monster, and then Travis an RBI single, Donaldson an RBI single, and a sac fly, and it's a brand new ball game.
And by tagging and getting in scoring position, ground ball, they can't turn 2.
There's a base hit to left field. Donaldson's going to score. Ramirez kicks it around in left, and Encarnacion's going to get to second. Crooked numbers here at Fenway.
We'll see how they score that. If it's a single and an error, but it's going to be an RBI. Ebb went all over this pitch. Pitch down, and he goes down and gets it. They've been pitching him away. Buchholz missed his spot. And the Blue Jays have come back.
Russell Martin had a single in his first at bat, and those are his numbers against Buchholz, including 4 home runs. Breaking ball. Crooked numbers here at Fenway Park. They come often. 4 for the Red Sox, bottom 2. 4 for the Blue Jays, and it's still a yellow 4.
That means the inning's still going, right? Blue Jays have the right guy at the plate. You saw the numbers that Russell's put up against Buchholz. Tells you something about this team. They get down. They've lost 4 in a row. They come storming back.
Two 2-0. Breaking ball strike. Edward Mojica is loosening up for Boston. And both managers, this is not what they wanted, to get to that bullpen early. And kind of shown credited with a single and RBI, and the air is charged to Ramirez in left.
Good swing. You mentioned that the Red Sox are down a pitcher from last night. They made a roster move today.
Mike Napoli is sick. He is not available to play. He's going to be out a couple of more days with an illness. Because of that, they needed a position player. So John Farrell called upon Jackie Bradley Jr. And there's Jackie, came up from Pawtucket. And because of that position player, they had to send Stephen Wright back to AAA. He was here just one day.
And he was the long man out of the bullpen.
Probably wish they had him right now. Russell Martin called out on that pitch away. Blue Jays have sent 7 men to the plate here in the 3rd inning. Clay Buchholz has had problems with the Blue Jays in this ballpark. His record is 3-5, ERA nearly 5 a game. And you see the difference pitching at Rogers Center, a place where he has pitched well.
Yeah, some of his best games have been at Rogers Center. He says he loves the mound at the Rogers Center. Not so much here. ERA of 4.5.
Saunders goes after the first pitch and bounces it foul wide of first. Well, Kevin Pillar got it started with that leadoff walk, and then Goins, who has worn out Clay Buchholz, single off the monster, and that got everything off and running. Devin Travis drove in the first run of the inning. Michael Saunders with a base hit, his first of the season. Here comes Encarnacion, and they will cut the ball off. Michael Saunders, an RBI single. A 5-run inning. And that's going to be it. John Farrell didn't waste any time coming out of that dugout.
He says it all starts on the mound. His pitcher was handed a 4-run lead, and he can't get out of the 3rd inning. This has been a recurring theme for the Boston Red Sox. Starting pitchers getting knocked out by the 3rd inning.
Motor Trend's 2015 Sport Utility of the Year.
Lots of fireworks here at Fenway Park early on. Blue Jays have scored 5 runs in the inning. Edward Mujica throws to Valencia and misses with the first pitch. Danny Valencia is the 9th Blue Jay to bat this inning.
Red Sox bat around in their half of the second. Blue Jays return the favor here in the third. Mujica, the veteran reliever, has not been scored upon here at Fenway Park this year. This is his 9th game already this season.
Mujica is a strike thrower. He's one of the best at throwing strikes. He has a strikeout to walk ratio 4.8 for his career. He just comes in firing strikes. You better get it ready as a hitter. Valencia hits it hard. Bogarts hit short. Backhands, goes to second. The inning is over. But the Blue Jays send 10 men to the plate and erase a 4-0 deficit. Josh Donaldson had a big base hit through the right side with 2 strikes. Battling against Buckles, he delivers. Big inning for the Jays.
The distance in Tampa. Game starts at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific, and you can see it on CBC or Rogers Game Center Live. Buck?
Thank you very much, Barry. Great Stanley Cup playoff action, and it'll be a big game 7. Well, now Hutchinson has a lead again.
Isn't it funny how this game is? He walks off the mound. He's down by 4 runs.
Sandoval's on fire. This is going to be off the monster. Valencia plays it perfectly. He's got a strong arm, and the throw is offline. Valencia did a nice job of playing that ball off the monster. Sandoval says, "Jump on my bat, folks. I'll carry it." A leadoff double.
He said he was ready to start hitting and start displaying what the Panda can do, and he's already 2 for 2 tonight with a couple of doubles. Valencia has a shot right here. He plays it, turns his body, grabs it with the bare hand. And if the throw is on target, they had a shot at getting Sandoval, who comes crashing into second base.
He's putting a beating on his body. He dove for a popped bunt. And you can see he's encouraging his teammates. Let's go. They gave up a 4-run lead, and he hits a leadoff double. Nava, in this similar situation in the second, moved Sandoval with a ground ball. He lines out. Oh! Travis, in his haste to double up Sandoval, had to go off his glove, but he's able to recover. The good news is Sandoval has to stay put at second.
That's right. Nava was right on top of that plate, looking to pull the ball to the right side. He did, but it's a line drive. Luckily for the Blue Jays, it's dropped by Travis. No chance to get Sandoval, but he gets the out of first base and no advancement.
Brock Holt grounded to second base his last time up. That's where Hutchinson really needs to knuckle down and put up a 0. He was afforded 5 runs by his offense, and now he needs to put up a 0 and pitch around that leadoff double.
But it's funny, you know, we were saying before that double, he walks off the field down by 4 runs, and next time he crosses the line, he's up by a run. It's a crazy game here.
It's Fenway Park.
It's Fenway Park.
You get used to it. You don't really relax as a visiting ball club until you've had your first sandwich in the clubhouse after the game.
That's right. That's exactly right. And I don't care what the score is or where you are. I mean, this is a tough place to play.
You never assume anything. I remember a game I was playing here with the Brewers. I believe we scored 8 runs in the first. And we just jumped out, and we are never, ever comfortable. They just keep coming back at you.
The Red Sox always seem to have good hitting teams. And that's why they are able to come back in this ballpark especially.
Well, just think of the guys that have played here in the past. You know, some of the best old timers. Ted Williams, of course, and Carl Yastrzemski, Jim Rice, Fred Lynn, Wade Boggs. I mean, they've had terrific hitters here forever. Carlton Fisk. Chili Davis, he's the hitting coach now. He knows this is a good ballpark to hit in.
Talking to him today, he says, you know, I really get the feeling that my guys are starting to round into form. The weather's getting a little bit warmer. We're having good at-bats. They've got some professional hitters.
You know, that's really interesting. Hitters are rounding into form. This is the 21st game. We hear that about the pitchers too. You know, it takes 8 to 10 starts before they really round into form. Why don't they round into form in spring training?
Because it's 32 degrees out here. That's the problem, I think, sometimes. It's cold. You're down in Florida. It's gorgeous weather. And you come up to the Northeast and it's brutal.
But we're still seeing players get 2 and 3 at-bats in a game. We're seeing pitchers pitch 6 innings maybe during the spring training game. Years past, hitters used to want to get 75 to 100 at-bats in spring training before they started.
It's different. It's different in that respect. Pitchers don't throw as many innings as they used to in spring training. Hitters don't get the at-bats like they used to. So when you say rounding into form, maybe it takes 20, 25 games.
Or 25 more at-bats in spring training. Ball and strike, and this doesn't seem like this is going to be one of those nights where a manager can sit back and enjoy it. There's a pop-up. You got to watch the wind now. This ball is being blown around. Pilar takes charge, calls everybody off, and makes the catch. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Yankee bats are starting to heat up as well. They're rounding into form.
They're rounding into their bullpen is round into form too, isn't it? You only have to play 6 innings.
Yeah, how about that?
If you're with the Yankees, their bullpen's so good.
This is the catcher, Ryan Hannigan. He walked and scored in the 7th. At this pace, these guys are going to have 6 or 7 at bats tonight.
That'll get them into form.
Hutchinson knocks it down. Now he reaches for it. Missed it the first time, but still had time. Everything's a little bit shaky so far tonight. We've had 9 runs on 12 hits, and we've only played 3 innings. Another Fenway Park ball game. Hutchinson, a former shortstop, said, "No problem, I've got it." Whoops, I don't have it yet. But he still has time to throw out Hannigan.
white replica jersey. Go to BlueJays.com for more details. Buck, I've decided to up the ante. I'll get my mom the jersey, lunch, and how about maybe dinner with you and Tabby?
That'd be great.
She would love that.
You buying?
Well, no, that's part of the deal.
I'm not going to be in town. Rain check.
My mom's heart will be broken. But thanks anyways.
We got an old Donnybrook going on here at Fenway Park. It's a 5-4 game. We move to the 4th inning. Kevin Pillar got it started last inning with a leadoff walk. He came around to score. Devin Travis drove him in for the first Blue Jays run.
Did you ever manage in a game like this in this ballpark?
Oh, yeah. We had one like that 2002 opening day. Chris Carpenter against Pedro Martinez.
And it was a slugfest.
Yeah, it was ugly. Yeah. Pedro hit Shannon Stewart. Carp comes in and says, "Hey, you want me to hit somebody?" He says, "No, not here."
First game of the season.
Yeah, first game of the season.
So when, as a manager,
we went back and forth. I think we scored early, scored a bunch. Stu had a great game. Pedro hit him in the middle of the back. It was exciting.
You're just looking for somebody to stabilize.
Yeah, just stop the bleeding. Just slow things down. That's why Mujica's in here. He's a strike thrower. He won't walk himself into trouble. And John Farrell's just hoping he can settle things down here a little bit. Pillar chops it toward third. Going to be a tough play for Sandoval. He won't have a play. Kevin Pillar starts things off here in the 4th with a infield single.
With 2 strikes, he was playing deep. Didn't have to play in with 2 strikes. You can see how deep he is. He's athletic enough to get to the ball. But because he had to come so far, no chance to even throw that one. Don't even take a chance in throwing it.
Yeah, all you're going to do is throw it away. You're not going to have a good shot at throwing him out. You can see he was scuffling to get a real good grip on that baseball. So Pillar leads things off. Brian Goins had a single and scored his first time. Goins tries to bunt. Blue Jays haven't been very good at that. You might want to go ahead and keep the pressure on the Red Sox and put hit and run on here. Pillar's a good base runner.
Take a chance.
Goins a chance to move the runner, open up a hole on the infield.
Yeah, these types of games right here, you don't want to give them any outs either. They're too precious.
Saw Brooke Jacoby mimicking the jab that Goins had with that bunt attempt, where he just poked at it. You got to square around. If you're going to bunt, just square around and bunt it. Pulled to the first baseman. That's a foul ball. First base umpire Adrian Johnson waved it foul. Of course, Nava can't wait. Johnson said, "I saw it all the way."
Watch the home plate umpire. Watch him get into position right here as the ball goes up the line, because it's his call before it gets to the bag. And he's right up the line, and Adrian Johnson says, "I saw you call that ball foul." And he gives it the old foul ball sign. Pretty good job right there by Doug Eddings.
0-2. Ground ball. This could be 2. Pedroia to Bogarts. Back to first. Double play. 2 outs. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Joey Votto is off to a good start to his season because he's hitting opposite field home runs. He came in that game tonight with 3 opposite field home runs. That's a great way to approach it. We've talked about it with Travis. how that has helped him get off to such a good start.
Joey talks about he's finally got his legs under him again. Remember, he had the knee problems. He didn't have any legs. Start hit that ball the other way, you can start driving.
We told you Mojica is a strike throwing machine. He's 30 years old. He'll turn 31 on May 10th.
There's a splitter right there. He and John Farrell go way back
to their Cleveland days. 2006, Mojica came up for the first time, played 10 games with the Indians, and John was their pitching coach, farm director.
Farm director. Had him in the minor leagues.
Isn't it funny how Farrell, with his pitching background, he was a pitcher himself, remembers Mojica as a strike thrower. He said, you know what, he came from Cardinals, where he was in the World Series with the Cardinals, and I like the fact that he throws it over. He's reliable. Managers want players that are predictable. You know what they're going to do.
Yep. They might not do it every time. That's the hard part about playing the game of baseball. But for the most part, they've got a track record, and you understand what you can get from them. Probably looking for 3 or 4 innings from Mojica tonight.
Mojica made the All-Star team in 2013 while he was with the Cardinals. He was on that postseason team in 2012 and 2013. Two and two, 2 outs. Pop down the right side. Brock Holt over near the wall, and then wind blew it right into the seats. Travis will be thankful for that breeze from left.
Yeah, thankful they're playing in Fenway Park. There's not a lot of room in foul territory in this ballpark. That's what makes it such a great hitter's ballpark.
You see that foul line right up against that wall down into the corner where that foul pole, Pesky's pole, is propped right up on top of the fence. Same goes for the left field line. Another 2-2 pitch to Devin Travis. He had a great at bat to start the game, a 9-pitch at bat. He finally flew out. Donaldson will be next if Devin can reach base. Well, what an at bat. He worked a 2-out walk from Mojica, and that'll bring the big bat of Donaldson to the plate. Josh Donaldson, after that walk, he recognized Mojica as a strike thrower. He'll be sitting all over a first pitch strike. Donaldson's only faced Mojica twice. 1 for 2. You can hear the wind whipping up here, picking up in intensity, and it's going to knock balls down that are hit to left. There's that flag above the press box here at Fenway Park.
Get the right field stroke out tonight. If you're a right-hander, go the other way. If you're a lefty, try and get it up in the air. It's blowing across the field and out into right field.
You see the outfield is shaded slightly toward right. Mookie Betts in center and Brock Holt in right. It's interesting that Pedroia continues to play Donaldson up the middle. He has gotten the base hit to the right side, and it was actually to the left of Pedroia. He couldn't reach it.
You're starting to see hitters hit the ball the other way, trying to find the hole. Josh took advantage of that last inning with the base hit to right field.
That's a balk. He didn't stop. Yes, sir. Mojica was concerned about Devin Travis. he never came to a complete stop, and the home plate umpire Doug Eddings saw it immediately. So another runner in scoring position.
Watch the big lead, and then Mujica, you got to come to a stop. Right there, he's moving, and he just, you never see the pause, and right away, call. Just a little movement in the hands.
Look out, Josh. Up and in, then straighten him up. The Blue Jays so far in this game have gone 4 for 5 with runners in scoring position. Donaldson had one of those hits. To give you an idea what a turnaround that is for the Blue Jays, in their previous 6 games, they were just 10 for 53, a 189 average.
That's such a valuable stat, I think, hitting with runners in scoring position. If you've got players who don't mind the pressure, who like hitting in those situations, they rise to the occasion, you can win a lot of games. Blue Jays haven't hit very well with runners in scoring position until tonight.
Donaldson will pass the baton to Jose Bautista. Back-to-back 2-out walks after the double play.
Just when we start singing the praises of Mujica, and he's a strike thrower and he has quick innings. He walks the next 2 batters.
Bautista and a sacrifice fly in that 5-run 3rd inning. Oh, he was sitting on that first pitch and got the head out. That's always a good feeling for a hitter.
Yeah,
just to hit, even if it's foul. Okay.
Hard contact.
Yeah.
You got to start seeing some hard contact before the base hit starts coming, and that ball was hit a long way to left field. Bautista will do that. He and Encarnacion, they'll sit on certain pitches in certain counts, and when they get it, they're all over it.
Bautista fouls it off. The one he pulled down the left field line, take a look at that baseball. And it shatters that Coca-Cola sign. And hopefully everybody's okay. I think there was some plastic that fell down on that crowd. Knocked the light out up there.
Right up there, they're going to have to go buy some light bulbs.
They can afford it. Look out. Bautista had to jump back. They have been throwing him outside so much that really surprised him. You can see that shoulder had to make a violent move to get out of the way. That's the shoulder that's been bothering him.
Look at the extension. Yeah, he feels that right in his shoulder. Trying to avoid that pitch.
2-2. There's a ground ball, base hit. Here comes Travis. He's going to score. Holt drops the ball and now gets it back in. Donaldson stops at third, and Bautista crosses up the defense once again. An opposite field RBI single.
Hard contact. That's what you're looking for. And Jose cuts his swing down. They're pitching him away. Shoot the ball the other way. You can see Jose, I think he still feels it in that right shoulder. Fastball away, and he feels it and hits it in the right field. That's how you cross up the defense.
Well, the Blue Jays are doing a great job. They're having some terrific at-bats tonight, and Bautista has been pitched away. He says, okay, you're going to stay out there. I'm going to make you pay.
Take what the pitcher gives you. That's how you make the adjustment right there. Another hit with runners in scoring position.
Edwin Encarnacion has an RBI single. 6-4 Blue Jays. Another balk. And that's going to lead to another run. Mujica says, what do I do? Second balk of the inning. And Donaldson comes in to score. The wheels have fallen off for Mujica here. And it all started after 2 were out.
Yep. An infield hit, then a double play. Here's the balk once again. Got to come to a stop.
So now Bautista's in scoring position for Encarnacion.
Umpires will give the pitcher benefit of the doubt at the beginning and say, hey, give me a stop. And if they still don't do it, they have to call it.
We mentioned Encarnacion, he ripped a single to left field. Henry Ramirez kicked it around a bit out there and left. He was charged with an error, and Encarnacion picked up an RBI. He later on scored on Michael Sanders' first hit of the season. It's 7-4 Blue Jays. Bouncing ball. That's a base hit. Bautista's around third. Ramirez won't have a throw. Encarnacion, his second RBI of the night. Another crooked number for the Blue Jays.
You know how the Red Sox earlier in the game were finding holes against Drew Hutchinson and bouncing balls through the infield? Well, the Blue Jays have picked up on that. Bautista shoots the ball to right field for a hit. And now Edwin finds a hole on the left side. No chance for Bogarts to knock that down. It wasn't hit that hard. Just in a good spot, so no chance for Ramirez to throw out Bautista.
Encarnacion now has 10 ribbies. Russell Martin, 1 for 2 so far. Eight of the Blue Jays starters already have hits in this game tonight. Anthony Navarro starting to loosen up, and the Blue Jays trying to get deeper into that Red Sox bullpen. Sometimes you look at those sheets and there are no good numbers.
No answers down there.
Danny Valencia is the only starter yet to get a base hit, and we're only in the 4th inning. Starters for tomorrow night's game: Rick Porcello for the Red Sox, R.A. Dickey for the Blue Jays. That'll be the series finale. Another 6 p.m. start tomorrow night. You know, it's interesting as a manager, you sit down and you think about the game in hand, but you also have to think about tomorrow's game, and the Blue Jays play 4 in Cleveland. Look at, they're giving Danny Valencia the grief right now. Everybody's got a hit by you, Danny.
Let's go. Join the game. Join the crowd.
Josh Donaldson's leading the pack. He's saying, come on, Danny. This is a fly ball to right. Brock Holt comes in and makes the catch. The inning is over, but the Blue Jays get 3 more runs in the top of the 4th. Jose Bautista goes the other way, slaps one through the right side. He picks up his second RBI of the night. 8-4 Blue Jays.
experts. It's Hockey Central every night at 6:30 on Sportsnet. Buck, it's strange to see all the empty seats here at Fenway Park tonight, but can you just imagine as a former player what it is going to be like tomorrow at Camden Yards with no one in the seats?
Yeah, that's an unfortunate development down there in Baltimore. They're not going to allow the public in for that game. They've canceled tonight's game because of the civil unrest around Baltimore's inner city, and it's unfortunate, and it's really a sad day for baseball to have to play a game and not have anybody in attendance.
Really like an instructional league game, if you remember that.
Yep.
It's a day game, I think, tomorrow.
Yeah, and then they're going to move their next series against Tampa Bay down to St. Petersburg. Baltimore will be the home team in that 3-game series in St. Petersburg. Drew Hutchinson now has a full run lead to work with. They're still just in the 4th inning. I don't think there's anybody in that Blue Jays dugout that says, okay, we got him now.
No.
Keep grinding, folks. Keep grinding. Both dugouts feel the same way. This game is a long way from being over. There's a drive to left. This ball is headed to the Green Monster. Off the Monster. Valencia will play it on a couple of hops, and Mookie Betts has a double. Mookie is 2 for 3.
Championship-winning Honda CRF 450R for those who dare to ride red.
Beautiful shot of the Boston Harbor here as the sun is set. Finally, the lights have taken full effect here at Fenway.
You know, the best thing that Drew Hutchinson could do is just keep pitching. Tell yourself it's nothing to nothing. Don't worry about, well, I've got 4 runs to work with. You just have to keep making pitches. Keep recording outs. He hasn't had a strikeout yet tonight.
The Red Sox have had their leadoff batter reach in 3 of the 4 innings. And they've all been doubles. Tough to avoid allowing the opponents to score when you give up leadoff doubles. Sandoval has 2 leadoff doubles here tonight. He scored in the 2nd. He was stranded in the 3rd. Now Mookie Betts with the leadoff double. You can see Pedroia with 2 strikes really trying to drive that ball to the right side. He understands you just have to have regular at-bats even when you're down by 4. Just play the game.
Yeah, just do what you normally do. Hutchinson reaching back for a little something extra in those last couple of pitches. That fastball reached 94.
There's a drive to the triangle in right center. Pilar right in front of the fence makes the catch. Betts tags and moves to 3rd. That ball carried a long way out there to right center. Drew Hutchinson in his last 11 starts against the American League East has been impressive.
I think that's the competitiveness in Drew Hutchinson. You see the good numbers against the American League East. They're always stacked with good offensive teams. 6-2 at the 3.5 earned run average, whip under 1, and 10 strikeouts per 9 innings. I think that's just, he likes to rise to the occasion, get the competitive juices flowing.
Ortiz with a big cut.
I think you see that here after the leadoff double by Mookie Betts. He's reaching back with everything he has to get through this lineup. Watch the pickoff attempt right here. Donaldson takes off.
Yeah, that was a design play. Donaldson was moving to 3rd base before the pitch. Betts didn't stray too far. So Hutchinson ahead of Ortiz, 0-2.
Hutch doing a better job with the changeup to the left-handers, and that's what he does to Ortiz right there. Lefties hitting 0.77 coming into this game against Hutchinson. Big reason because of that changeup.
There's a fly ball. Pilar comes in a few steps now. That's going to chase home Mookie Betts. Ortiz picks up the sac fly, and there's that leadoff double coming around to score, and Hutchinson's not pleased with that.
Scored it in the second, scored in the third, and now here in the fourth inning, leadoff double. That's what the Red Sox do. They hit a lot of doubles.
So Betts got it going. He scored twice already tonight. The leadoff man doing his job, setting the table for the big boys. Hutchinson now with 2 outs and nobody on. Back to the windup. Line drive off the bat of Hanley Ramirez into center. Ramirez has hit the ball hard 3 times tonight. That's his first hit.
First pitch swinging right back through the middle. Ramirez has his first hit of the series. None of these teams, both of them, they're not going to lay down.
Okay, you got a game plan for Sandoval? He's 2 for 2 with 2 doubles.
Can you roll the ball up there? He might swing at it.
I tell you what, he's swinging the bat good.
Yeah.
He doubled and homered in last night's game, and he left the game, so he was 2 for 2. He's 4 for 4 in this series with 3 doubles and a homer.
Home run, and he handles that inside fastball.
He told Torey Lovella that he was warming up, and he was right on time. Boy, he is a tough visual presence for a pitcher standing in that box. An imposing figure. He's built a lot like Prince Fielder. He's not very tall. He's probably 5'11".
He's got great hands. The hands go to that baseball.
There goes Ramirez. Russell Martin with a good throw right on the money again. Boy, what a gamble. You got a guy that's got 3 doubles and a home run. You better be 100% sure you're going to make it. Russell Martin guns down another runner with a terrific throw. This will be the 9th base stealer Martin throws out. That is a strike right to Goins. End of the inning. Now it's time for a Blue Jays Central update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Greg Zorn.
Starting from 10 games up to a full season, our account executives will find the package that best suits your needs. Go to BlueJays.com to learn about all the great benefits of being a Blue Jay ticket package holder. Buck.
Thank you, Barry. Yeah, quite a game going on here. It is a 6-5 Blue Jays lead. And for some reason, Henry Ramirez felt it was a good time to steal second with Pablo Sandoval at the plate. And I think everybody in Blue Jays dugout is saying, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Russell Martin took care of that.
New pitcher in the game for the Red Sox is Anthony Bavaro. Bavaro is in his first season with the Red Sox. He was acquired from Atlanta in a trade last December.
There are his numbers for this season. Just 9 2/3 innings for Bavaro. He can get out of sorts a little bit. 5 strikeouts and 5 walks so far this season. Excellent power curveball. Pretty decent arm right over the top. His fastball looks pretty straight.
Michael Saunders would know Bavaro. They were both in the Seattle Mariners organization. Bavaro signed originally with the Mariners. Came up to the big leagues for just 4 games in 2010. And then he was claimed by the Atlanta Braves. He went to Atlanta and got to the big leagues with the Braves in 2011. Saunders caught looking at strike 3. Bavaro gets the first man he's faced here in the 5th.
After a changeup, paints that fastball. You can see it's pretty straight, but it crosses right at the knees and it freezes. Michael Saunders.
Danny Valencia looking to join the hit parade. He's 0 for 2. The only Blue Jays starter to get a hit yet. He hasn't gotten a hit yet. He's the only one with an 0 for. He's 0 for 2. Had a strikeout and a fielder's choice.
He was guessing heater right there, wasn't he? Navarro threw him that curveball.
Bavaro ahead 1-2. Russell Martin with another terrific throw. He threw out Mookie Betts in last night's game in the first inning, and then he nailed Hanley Ramirez. Another strikeout for Bavaro. He is firing bullets here.
Got a good arm. He had Tommy John surgery in 2005. He was the Mariners' 12th round draft pick in 2005. I believe he was signed by the same scout who got Roberto Osuna for the Yankees, Dave May.
Kevin Pillar takes his strike. Pillar's been aboard twice. Make it 3 times. A sharp single into right. Another 2-hit game for Pillar. He had 2 hits last night.
Oh, that's a nice piece of hitting right there. Breaking ball. Stay with it. Blue Jays have done a good job tonight going the other way with pitches. The right-handers shooting the ball the other way. We've seen Travis. We've seen Donaldson, Bautista, now Pillar finding some hits on the right side.
That's going to force Brian Butterfield back to the drawing board. Butterfield's the one that puts together the defense, and he studies video hours upon hours. Pillar's running. Hannigan's throw is not in time. Good straight slide into the bag. Pillar using that straight leg slide got there quickly.
3 for 3 now in stolen bases this year. The straight leg slide, and it was a high tag by Bogarts. Good jump. As Hannigan's a little bit high, and you can see the high tag right on the thigh, and he's safe.
Pilar injured a finger sliding into a base head first, and infielders put their knees down there from time to time and say, you know what? I'm going to give him my shoe to deal with from now on.
He said, I'm not sliding head first anymore. I think that's why he's wearing that covering on that left hand. So that was a good aggressive slide.
Yeah, very, very good slide. You remember, you used to pick up a handful of dirt when you get at first base so you wouldn't expose your fingers to injury when you were sliding. And you'd never slid head first, I wouldn't imagine.
No.
But you'd pick up dirt to make a fist in your hands. Ryan Goins with a 2-1 count. Goins has singled, scored, and hit into a double play. Of course, Jose Reyes has been placed on a disabled list. He's been dealing with that cracked rib on his left side, so finally he had to succumb to a DL assignment. Jonathan Diaz was summoned from AAA Buffalo to take Reyes' spot on the roster, and you would assume that Reyes and Diaz, Goins and Diaz will split the time at short.
Yeah, that's what John Gibbons has said. He's going to platoon. There's Jonathan Diaz right there in the middle of the screen. He'll play against the left-handers. An excellent shortstop.
Goins drills it to right. That's going to get down. Pilar's coming around third. He's going to score. Goins is headed around second. He makes the turn. Pedroia's relay to third base is not in time. A 2-out RBI triple for Ryan Goins.
You know, we have said it, I don't know how many times so far this season. The bottom of the order has really done a job for the Blue Jays this season. First two batters of this inning go down quickly on strikeouts, and then 8 and 9 get it started again. A single, and then a stolen base, and then this bullet into the corner gets stuck right underneath the padding in right field. That allows Goins to hustle to third base with a triple. I like how he got the head out on that 3-1 pitch.
You're supposed to. He looked for that fastball, got the pitch, and hammered it. Pilar stole second base, scores on the triple. It's 9-5 Blue Jays. Devin Travis. Inside strike, outside strike. Trying to go away again. Travis, with his RBI single in the third, has moved into sole possession of second place in ribbies in the American League. He's 2 behind Nelson Cruz of the Mariners.
Amazing. Amazing first month for this young kid.
Slider gets him here. Navarro ends up striking out the side, but Ryan Goins drives in a run with a 2-out triple. Goins gets a 3-1 fastball, jumps all over it, and hammers it into the right field corner. 9-5 Blue Jays.
games pitch by pitch and enjoy in-game video highlights. The app is available on the iPhone, iPad, iPod Touch, and Android. Season-long subscription packages are available. Visit BlueJays.com for more details. Bye.
Thank you, Barry. And that a very useful tool for anybody that's interested in baseball. Pablo Sandoval was at the plate when Hanley Ramirez got thrown out to end the fourth. Sandoval was 2 for 2 tonight with a pair of doubles. Well, he can swing that lumber, that high pitch, can he? Remember a couple years ago in the World Series, Justin Verlander was dealing for the Tigers, throwing that high fastball, and he turned it around. There's another base hit for Sandoval. Blue Jays are going to have to figure something to get him out.
Yeah, maybe go soft because he likes that hard fastball. Maybe some more change-ups, but he's 3 for 3.
He's 5 for 5 in the series. Kung Fu Panda told his coaching staff, hey, I'm about ready to get hot.
Yeah, he said, get in a lawn chair, sit back, and enjoy the show. That's what he said. He told Torey Lovullo, enjoy the Pandas. It's going to start getting hot.
Daniel Nava has grounded out to second twice tonight. Inside. We're in the 5th inning. 14 runs on 20 hits the two teams have combined for. Been a tough night for pitchers. Drew Hutchinson actually at one point in this ballgame trailed 4-0. And then his hitters came right back. The next half inning scored 5, then 3, then 1. 9-5 as we play here in the 5th. Now that goes the other way. This is trouble if it's fair, but it slices into the seats and foul.
The way the wind is blowing from that left field corner to right field, you figure that ball down the left field line was going to stay fair. But it sliced foul at the last second. Now you got to make a pitch right here. There's that ball slicing and right in the first row.
A ball and 2 strikes on the Red Sox first baseman. Took a shot at that outside corner and missed. It's 2-2. Blue Jays haven't turned a double play. That would play right here in the 5th. Sandoval. He's reached base leading off all 3 at bats tonight. He's been on base with a pair of doubles and a single. Well, I tell you what, Hutchinson's not coming to much of a stop. They called Mujica for a couple of balks in the 4th inning, but Hutchinson is coming set very quickly and unloading to the plate.
Got that little movement when he comes to his belt, that set position where he jams it down quickly, but starts it right away.
Three and 2. Brock Holt, the right fielder, will bat next. Sandoval with a modest lead at first. Nava had a good rip. Blue Jays bullpen will start to work. Marco Estrada is loosening up. It's a cool night here, and you got to give those relievers a little extra time to get loose. Hutchinson has thrown 83 pitches, but it's been a real effort for him tonight.
Yeah, it's been a battle. That's 83 pitches without any strikeouts. Marco was up last night early in the ball game.
Single and a walk. Nobody out. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Well, Pete Walker has come out of the Blue Jays dugout. He is going to visit with Drew Hutchinson here as Estrada has started to throw, so that's a double-edged sword for Walker. Go out here and talk to Hutchinson and give Marco Estrada a few more pitches down in that bullpen.
Give him a little time to warm up. You know John Gibbons wants Hutch to finish this 5th inning, so he's eligible to get the W. He's got to think about winning the game.
His number one priority right now is winning this ball game, and he'll worry about pitchers' records a little bit later. Blue Jays are riding a 4-game losing streak, and they need to get things turned around.
Yeah, Hutch has already had a game where he went 4 2/3 innings, had a chance for a win, but just couldn't finish that 5th inning. Through 99 pitches. That was 2 starts ago against the Atlanta Braves.
This is Brock Holt, the right fielder. Still nobody out. Ball 2. The Blue Jays have had just 3 starts where the starter has gone 7 or more innings. Hutchinson has 1 of those. Dickey has 1, and Norris has 1. The top team in the American League for those starts, the Tigers have 8 such starts. The Athletics have 7, Mariners 6, 4 teams with 5, and the Blue Jays are tied with 3 other teams for the fewest starts, 7 innings or more.
Puts a little pressure on the bullpen, doesn't it? Red Sox are seeing the same thing. They're not getting the length that they need.
They've
from
only
their
had
starter.
4.
Yeah.
In fact, there have only been 69 7-inning starts in the American League. Just 24% of the time a starter goes 7 or more innings. For the Tigers, that figure is 40%. That's pretty good pitching for the starters. And there's another one. That's probably going to do it. Drew Hutchinson sees his manager come out of the dugout, and there's the call to the bullpen. Hutchinson, with a 4-run lead, can't get out of the 5th inning. He gives up a single and 2 walks. So he turns the ball over to John Gibbons, who in turn will pass it on to Marco Estrada. This is a typical Fenway Park ball game. We got a lot of baseball ahead. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. At Fenway Park in Boston, Marco Estrada into the ball game. The bases are loaded, nobody out for Estrada.
He's got some kind of pickle, some kind of jam right now. These are the numbers for Marco in the last 5 games. In fact, he's only been scored upon once over his last 14 appearances. So maybe this is the guy they need right here who can wiggle out of this.
Boston, as a team, 8 for 16 this season with the bases loaded. Xander Bogaerts goes after that first pitch.
Well, he needs a strikeout or a pop-up somewhere here. Strikeout and then maybe a ground ball double play will get the job done. Bases loaded, nobody out.
Ball on a strike. Estrada came over to the Blue Jays in a trade for Adam Lynn. Marco has been a starter in the past, and he worked the second half of last season with the Brewers out of the bullpen. Popped up. Russell Martin will give it a look just in case that wind would blow it back, but didn't. Marco sprained his ankle in spring training and missed some time. He was doing that pitcher's fielding practice, sprained his ankle, and knocked him out of commission for about 10 days. Kind of set him back. But
set him back.
The last couple of times he's been pretty good.
Last time out against Tampa Bay, walked a couple of batters, but retired 4 Tampa Bay Rays. He can go multiple innings out of that bullpen.
Oh, what a good pitch. There's that changeup. That's his bread and butter pitch, and he gets a huge strikeout of Bogaerts.
He used the fastball to get to a changeup count for him. And watch how the timing of that changeup with that great arm action really throws off the timing to Bogaerts, and he fishes for it and comes up empty. There's a strikeout that you needed.
Now you got to be thinking of a double play. You got a catcher at the plate in Ryan Hannigan. Hannigan has walked and grounded out. Bases loaded, nobody out when he came in. Estrada strikes out the first man. Number 9 hitter.
He likes that first pitch fastball.
That's what he hit off Castro last night. Well, that's such a big pitch for a reliever. Strike 1.
Especially the type of pitcher that Marco Estrada is. He's a guy that just doesn't blow it by you. He needs to be able to hit his spots and use that changeup.
The Estrada strikeout of Bogaerts is the first strikeout for the Blue Jays tonight. It couldn't come at a better time.
Yep. That's part of the equation. Now get that ground ball.
There's a liner to left field, and Valencia, he's got a strong arm. They stop the runner. Estrada's backing up Russell Martin, and Sandoval broke from third, but the throw was right on line. Danny Valencia's got a strong arm, even though he's not a regular outfielder. He made a good play on that.
And remember, it's very shallow here, so you don't have to play that deep. That ball's hit hard to Valencia, and his momentum was coming in. Can't take a chance right there. Look at the momentum comes in about belt high, comes up firing, and no chance. Estrada was in the right place, wasn't he? That's where you got to be. That's why you're there to back up.
Good job by Valencia. 2 outs now. Be careful on the first pitch. First pitch changeup would be perfect. Fastball upstairs. Mookie Betts, 2 more hits tonight. RBI single in the second. He doubled and scored in the fourth. The veterans are talking things over. We got a very aggressive 22-year-old who's swinging a hot bat right now. Doesn't that scream changeup?
Yeah, I would think. A guy who likes the fastball, pulls a lot of the pitches.
Russell Martin not giving a target at all. A lot of veterans on this Red Sox team, and they'll give you location from time to time at second base. And Martin was very protective of the location of that last pitch.
You can go through all the signs right there, and then you just sit back until Estrada's ready. And then move.
Pop back out of play. And that's just part of the gamesmanship. You get a veteran ball club like the Red Sox, and they'll do little things to help out a hitter. Catcher gives away location too soon. That runner at second can tip off the hitter. Hey, they're coming inside.
And they can do it a couple different ways. They can do it with their feet or with their head, the way they look. If they look one way, it means the pitcher's coming that way.
Change up. 2 and 3 and 1 now.
Well, it's a fastball count. No place to put him. Do you feel confident enough to throw that changeup again? Get a young hitter out in front just a little bit.
Estrada wants the new baseball. Sandoval's at third. Nava's at second. Brock Holt is at first. Bases are loaded. There are 2 outs. It's a 3-1 count. Threw him a changeup.
Yep. He feels comfortable, and you can see Betts was sitting all over that fastball.
Sandoval with 3 hits tonight. He's now at third base. Daniel Nava walked, and then Holt behind him walked as well. Bases loaded. Full count, 2 outs. Marco Estrada inherited a bases loaded situation. Foul ball, another changeup.
Get beat with your best pitch. If changeup is your best pitch, you got to keep throwing it. This one was close. Just outside of third base. Oh, they might change it up right now.
They're throwing in back-to-back changeups. So Estrada walks Mookie Betts. Sandoval comes in to score. And now it's a 3-run game. 3 walks in the inning for the Red Sox.
Same type of strategy that the Red Sox used last night. They just chip away late, get close as you get towards the back part of the game and try and win it late. They have scored in the last 2 innings.
Dustin Pedroia. First pitch changeup for a strike. Pedroia is a notorious high fastball hitter. He'll go upstairs and hit that high fastball about neck high. 9-6 Blue Jays. Bouncing ball. Goins will go to first in time, and Estrada gets out of the inning. He walks a run in, but he minimizes the damage. will go to the 6th. The Blue Jays with a 3-run lead.
Sportsnet, 2 o'clock Eastern time as the White Sox go to Camden Yards to play against the Baltimore Orioles. Guys, news just broke that Masahiro Tanaka has had an MRI showing a forearm strain, and he will be placed on the 15-day DL. So another American League East pitcher goes on the DL.
Well, Barry, we just knew it was a matter of time when you think about it. Tanaka had that tear in his UCL last year, and this is a forearm strain, and those two go together. Forearm strains and Tommy John. That's just the precursor. They knew he had it in the offseason, and they chose to rehab him. He missed time last year, came back and pitched at the end of the year. But that was a time bomb.
Yeah, it was just a matter of time. And now, with that type of thinking, instead of having it done at the end of last season, I mean, he might miss
rest of this year and all of next year.
All of next year.
Yeah.
So
might have cost themselves 3/4 of a season. Josh Donaldson with a ball and a strike. He drives this into center, and this is just one of those nights. You're not fooling anybody. Donaldson with his second hit of the night. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. The Atlanta Braves, a little bit of a surprise team. They're 10-9 at start of play tonight. That was supposed to be Max Scherzer's start, but on Saturday he injured his thumb batting. He got jammed, had his thumb all swollen up, couldn't throw his side session, so they scratched him. And that's the perils of pitchers hitting.
Somebody else just got hurt.
Adam Wainwright.
That's it.
Yep.
Batting, right?
Yep.
Coming out of the batter's box.
Done for the year. Torn Achilles tendon. Jose Bautista has a couple of RBIs, a sac fly and an RBI single tonight. Navarro, the third pitcher to work, and Robbie Rouse Jr. is loosening up for the Red Sox.
You try everybody. You try to find one guy who can shut down an offense, and you stick with them. Right now, everybody they've thrown out there, the Blue Jays have been all over.
Bautista, you can see where that pitch was on pitch tracks, and it was down, and now John Gibbons has picked up his fight. Doug Eddings, the home plate umpire, getting on the dugout, but Gibbons trying to protect his big slugger. 1-2. Bautista had several pitches off the plate called against him last night, and Gibbons is trying to back him up and support him. Two balls, two strikes. Ball in the dirt, and Donaldson has to hold his ground. It's a full count. Edwin Encarnacion's had a 2-hit night. He'll be next. He's driven in a pair. Bautista has 2 ribbies. Good balanced attack up and down the order tonight.
Yeah, you get these guys in the middle of the order starting to swing the bat like that. Blue Jays are going to score their share of runs. I think it's just a matter of time.
Donaldson at first looks like he's going to run here. Getting a little antsy. Full count, nobody out. There he goes. Bautista fouls it back to the screen. It's the old catcher's eyes, you know. If you look down there at first base and see that guy's leg muscles get tense. Gets a little edgy.
What did we used to call that? Getting a little mousy over there at first base. Like he wants to do something.
He's going to run.
Had a catcher do that one time and called a pitch out. And the pitcher shook him off. He called a pitch out again. He goes, ran out there. He says, it's 3-2. If I pitch out, it's ball 4. Way to be in the game.
Yeah. You're not going to tell us who that catcher was, are you?
No. He's managing now. How about that? 3-2
That's going to
pitch out.
set the Twitter world on the fire. They're going to try to figure out who it is. Bautista with another 3-2 count. Donaldson not running here. Bautista fouls it back. The element of surprise is gone now. So Donaldson holding his ground at first.
Pedroia was covering on that last attempt by Donaldson. If he takes off again, Jose's got the whole right side of the infield to shoot for again.
Ball 4. Bautista is on base again. 4 walks for the Blue Jays tonight. The Red Sox have walked 6 times. Blue Jays have scored 9 runs on 12 hits, and they haven't homered.
Taking the walks. All 3 of the guys who have walked have scored tonight. Now I got to get Bautista around.
Nobody out. Edwin's loading up. He's starting to feel it. He's got 2 hits tonight. He's driven in a pair of runs, and he hit that ball in the 3rd inning hard.
Yeah, he was able to go down and get that thing and hit on the line to left field. It's a good job right here by Hannigan to go out there and calm down Pajaro.
It's one of those nights where the Blue Jays are just charging the bat rack. Everybody wants to hit. This is popped up. Nava into foul territory. Yeah, he makes the catch. The infield fly rule was in order, but it was a foul ball. Encarnacion out on the pop.
Oh yeah, when Haddad pitched a hit right there, they challenge him. Remember we were talking his first time up that the chase rate is the same. He's just not hitting the pitches that he normally does.
So Anthony Navarro will leave. It's kind of a curious move here with Russell Martin at the plate. Left-hander Robbie Ross Jr. coming in. 1 out, we're in the 6th. Blue Jays have a 9-6 lead. Martin going back for a little information.
In support of Jays Care, it's the Roberto Alomar Friends Charity Home Run Challenge Series. You'll have alumni leading home run drills and a chance to hit the long ball. The series begins in Toronto May 7th and heads to London on June 23rd. Register at bluejays.com/home run challenge. Buck?
Thank you, Barry. New pitcher in the ball game is the left-hander Robbie Ross Jr. This will be his 9th appearance. A curious move here.
Well,
Russell Martin's just 1 for 8 against the lefties.
He's got a sinking fastball, and when he's on, Robbie Ross throws lots of ground balls. And I think that's what John Farrell's thinking about right here. You got a lefty on deck in Saunder. You got the lefty and Ross facing Russell Martin. Sinking fastball, lots of late life. He can cut it. He's got a quick breaking slider, and they're looking for something on the ground right here to get out of this inning.
Inside off the plate. Ross has induced 2 ground double plays this season. That's what Farrell has on his mind. And remember, we're in the 6th inning. There's a lot of baseball left here. He's just trying to manage innings. When you see an odd pitching change where there's a lefty coming in to face a righty and he replaces a right-handed pitcher, you look at all the numbers. Russell Martin's 0 for 2 against Robbie Ross. Russell for the season just 1 for 8 against lefty pitching. But Pat, you made the point that ground ball is what they're looking for.
That's what they're looking for. And when he's on, he'll get his share of ground ball outs. He can throw multiple innings also out of that bullpen. He's not a 1-inning guy.
Bounce that ball in the dirt. Good job by Hannigan to keep the double play in order.
But the way things have been going tonight, nothing is normal. Normally when you're on, you're going to throw ground ball outs. Not tonight.
Yeah.
It's one of those nights.
We've had a little bit of everything, and you can see by the scoreboard. Boston actually had a 4-0 lead. Didn't last long.
He also had a 3-up, 3-down inning. They're only 1 in the first inning. Since
the Blue
then,
Jays were retired in order in the first.
Blue Jays bats have been red hot.
That's the only 3-up, 3-down inning for either side tonight. Full count, 1 out. There go the runners. The ball 4, another walk. That's 5 walks for the Blue Jays. The Red Sox have walked 6 times. And you were right on the money. Good plan goes down the drain. But now he's got a lefty bat in Michael Saunders. So the bases are loaded. Blue Jays have been delivering all night long with runners in scoring position. This is their best game to date in that regard. They're 7 for 10 so far. First pitch changeup, and Saunders swings over the top. This is his first at bat of the season against the lefty pitcher. He has a grand slam.
Brought the corners in on Michael Saunders. Daniel Nava over at first base was asking where they wanted to play him, and they have him actually in front of the runner now, which is a little bit odd with a left-handed hitter at the plate. And ground ball, he might be coming home.
Strike 2, 1-2. Saunders had his first hit of the season in the 3rd. It was an RBI single to right. It's a piece of that one, and he got a piece of the catcher. Cold night. Sting a little bit, actually. Both dugouts have had a lot of conversation. You got any good ideas?
It all starts on the mound.
Ball 2. And John Farrell, after last night's game, said success begins and ends on the mound for the starters. And his starter tonight went just 2 2/3. John Gibbons had his starter go 4 innings plus 3 batters. He couldn't get out of the 5th. Saunders up the middle. Pedroia to Bogarts. Back to first. Robbie Ross got that double play ball. It took him an extra hitter, but he did exactly what John Farrell wanted. He got the double play to close out the top of the 6th.
watching on Rogers NHL Game Center Live for a chance to win the ultimate VIP experience at a Stanley Cup final game and more. Visit sportsnet.ca/Stanley Cup moments for details. And Buck and Tappy, I want to mention that today would have been John Cerruti's 55th birthday, former colleague of ours at Sportsnet. We lost him way too soon, and it would have been his birthday today.
Barry, that's very kind of you to remember John. In fact, I had lunch with his widow Claudia today, and it was great to see her. She's coming to the ballpark tomorrow and visit a lot of friends. So good on you, Barry Davis. Remember my good friend, Pat's good friend, the late John Cerruti.
Old number 55. Would have been 55.
Yeah. And Claudia Cerruti still watches Brian Butterfield. She lives in Rhode Island, and Brian Butterfield wears number 55.
Well, she can start cheering for Russell. Russell's a 55 man.
2-0 to Big Poppy, David Ortiz. Now 3-0. There's only been one 1-2-3 half inning in this game tonight. That was the first half inning of the game.
Clay Buchholz came out firing. Set the Blue Jays down in order. And now another base on balls.
A leadoff walk here in the 6th.
The DIY Expert Sale, only at Home Building Center and Home Hardware Building Center. Homeowners helping homeowners with expert advice.
Fenway Park. Fans that have been coming here for years have seen lots of ball games like this. It's 9-6 Blue Jays. Pitchers having a tough time throwing the ball over. And when they do, it's getting hit. Hanley Ramirez has had 3 good at-bats tonight, just has the 1 hit.
7 walks now by Blue Jay pitching. Dangerous at the plate. Blue Jays have held him in check so far in this series. He did get a hit his last time up. Hit the ball hard 3 times yesterday. That snapped a personal 10-game hit streak for Hanley Ramirez versus the Blue Jays. Got a new one started tonight in his last at bat.
Inside off the plate. Two and 1 to Ramirez. Popped him up. Middle of the infield. Second baseman Devin Travis makes the catch. Ramirez is retired. Drew Hutchinson was the starting pitcher tonight. He goes 4 innings plus 3 batters. He's charged with 6 earned runs on 9 hits. He walked 5 and didn't strike out a batter. He threw 89 pitches in 4+ innings.
And coming off of his best outing of the season, last time out against the Baltimore Orioles, this is a little bit of a surprise. 5 base on balls and no strikeouts for Hutchinson. And he just could not give him the length into the ball game that they were looking for. Now it's up to Marco Estrada.
Blue Jays haven't retired Pablo Sandoval in the series. He was 2 for 2 last night before he left the ball game with that injury. He got a little bit of a whiplash when he dove for a pop bunt. He has 2 doubles and a single tonight.
A breaking ball. I'll tell you that effort he came into this series at 273. He's now up to 324.
Well, your batting average can dip and rise very quickly. A couple of multi-hit games, and all of a sudden things are right. A good changeup, still effective. Sandoval's never had a hit against Estrada. He's 0 for 5. I tell you what, I wouldn't want to challenge him with a fastball right now. He is on fire. He is getting to every fastball he sees.
Don't even try and show him a fastball.
He's got great arm action on that changeup. That changeup comes right out of the same delivery. He has fastball arm speed and then really backs off that changeup down to 78, 79 miles an hour.
Throws that glove at you. There's a lot of deception in his windup. With the glove coming at you and then it comes right over the top. That's part of pitching also. Deceiving the batter just a little bit with your windup.
As a bouncing ball, Travis will go to second for one. No return throw as they finally record an out with Sandoval at the plate. There are 2 down. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Thank you very much, Jamie. Brian McCann starting to get real comfortable in a Yankee uniform. Hit a home run last night to break a 1-1 tie in the bottom of the 6th as the Yankees beat the Rays last night 4-1. 2 outs. Daniel Nava 0 for 2 with a walk. Ball in the strike. The Red Sox have added a position player today, Jackie Bradley Jr. as Mike Napoli is active, but he was out of the lineup last night with an illness, and they say he's going to miss a couple more days.
That's good for the Blue Jays. He crushes the Jays. It's a lot of home runs against them. So have him down. They lose a pitcher. I mean, they had to make that roster move this afternoon.
Napoli has 19 career home runs against the Blue Jays, and John Farrell is missing a potent bat. 2-1 to Nava. Change up into the seats.
Just take the sting out of the bat. That changeup, you see Nava, it's almost like a half swing because he was fooled so badly.
There is probably 11-12 miles an hour difference in velocity between Estrada's fastball and his changeup. That's a dramatic difference.
I marvel at the guys who have the type of delivery and arm action on changeups, and they can throw good ones. Mario Soto, if you remember Soto, he had one of the best changeups I've ever seen.
And he was a starter. The guy that really impressed me was Trevor Hoffman, the closer, who used that changeup as his primary pitch
for years, and everybody knew it was coming. He still couldn't hit it. Felix Hernandez, same way. Same type of changeup.
Fastball, and he's late. No, another changeup, just 79. It looks like a fastball, but it really doesn't have a lot of sink. Like we've seen dramatic sinking changeups. So Suma throws one that sinks very well, but it's just so slow. You're swinging it at a fastball and getting a changeup.
Take the sting out of the bat. Didn't Pedro Martinez at the end of his career have an outstanding changeup?
Yeah. They used to call it the Bugs Bunny changeup because it crawled in a hole on its way to home plate. Got a battle going on here as Nava and Estrada are battling one another. Bottom of the 6th inning. The Red Sox at one point had a 4-0 lead. Marco Estrada entered the game with nobody out in the 4th inning. Excuse me, in the 5th inning, the bases loaded. There, he threw him a breaking ball, crossed him up a bit, strikes out Nava. That ends the inning. Red Sox will strand a runner here in the 6th. We're headed to the 7th. Blue Jays with a 9-6 lead.
Headlines, analysis, and schedule. Visit sportsnet.ca/Blue Jays or join the conversation at Sportsnet. Great story today, guys, from Shai Davidi about how Brett Cecil is once again in the closer's role for the Toronto Blue Jays. A little bullpen shakeup after what we saw last night with Castro moving into a lower leverage situation, pitching in the 7th inning instead of being your closer.
It's a very interesting development and one that we have seen earlier, and I think that's what you're going to have for a while. John Gibbons just trying to sort out his bullpen. I spoke to Dennis Eckersley, the Hall of Fame pitcher who works here for the Red Sox as a pre- and post-game host on their TV show. And we talked about the 20-year-old pitchers. He said, man, I was a 20-year-old when I came in here the first time. And I can relate to Castro and Osuna and what they have to deal with. He said, this is a rough place. Eckersley would eventually pitch here as part of the Red Sox team. And he said, this is totally different than anything they've ever seen.
The fans are right on top of you. Red Sox generally have a pretty good hitting team. This is a great hitter's ballpark. And for a young team, or a young player, can get intimidating at times. You know, there are times where you're out in the field also, and if you're not real sure of yourself, you know, it's very tough on you. There are the numbers over the last 5 games for the bullpen.
And that certainly would lead a manager to shake things up a bit. Try something else. Brett Cecil, he's a senior Blue Jay down there. He has more time than anybody as a Blue Jay. Whereas Jeff Francis has more service time, but Cecil is now going to be the closer for the foreseeable future. Danny Valencia. He singles to right. He's got a hit now. All of the starters in the Blue Jays lineup with a base hit.
Put that lefty out there. He just tears up lefties. Had a good start here. You always want to get the add-on runs when you play in this ballpark.
Well, Blue Jays saw that firsthand last night. Red Sox scored a run in the 8th to tie it and won it in the 9th. Kevin Pillar's had a good game. He's been on base all 3 times. He started the rally tonight in the 3rd inning after Blue Jays were down 4-0. He took a walk, and it's only the 3rd walk he's had this season. But that started the big 5-run 3rd inning. That's a fair ball. It hit the bag. Sandoval couldn't make a play on it. Valencia is coming around 3rd. He's going to be stopped there. You better get back. And he did. Doug Eddings, the home plate umpire, had to rotate. I think Valencia may have gotten hurt. Kung Fu Panda jumped on top of him, putting that tag on him. Doug Eddings, the home plate umpire, rotated down to 3rd base, and he was right on top of the play.
And there's going to be a little bit of timeout here as Valencia tries to shake off that hand. Ball right down the left field line. Look at Luis Rivera, the 3rd base coach. You've got to get yourself almost into fair territory so you can judge where that throw is, where the ball is. And he reports to Valencia to get back. This will really show it. He's safe. But a hard tag by Sandoval.
Ryan Goins has had a good night. He's got a couple of hits. He scored a run, driven in a run.
With a chance now with bases loaded against the left-hander. They have an even better night. Triple, single RBI run.
Ryan Goins starting at shortstop in place of Jose Reyes, who was placed on the DL last night after the game. Tough pitch. 0-2. The Red Sox are in. They can't afford to allow the Blue Jays another run. Owens strikes out.
A couple of tough pitches. There's that late breaking slider that Ross will use, and he puts it in a good spot. It's a quick breaking slider.
Well, Goins, the number 9 hitter, strikes out, but there are runners at 2nd and 3rd for the top of the order. And this is why you move those guys up when Reyes is out. You just bump up the lineup. Travis is in the leadoff spot. Behind him is Donaldson, then Bautista. Red Sox aren't out of the woods yet.
No. They got a base open to work with if they want to try and pitch around him. But he's been such a patient hitter. Look at that on base percentage, .423.
He goes after that first pitch breaking ball. Chased a couple of borderline pitches.
Yeah, he's been very patient, and now it looks like they're trying to get him to chase. Couple of pitches off the plate. Now go back to that good 2-strike approach.
He's hit .278 with 2 strikes. That's a big number. He is 10 for 36 coming into this game, batting with 2 strikes, and that is a great approach.
American League average is something like 170 or something like that with 2 strikes, maybe 160.
The league average is 174. Blue Jays as a team batting 160 with 2 strikes.
So that 270 is pretty good.
Puts it on the ground. Sandoval fires across the diamond. So Josh Donaldson now will bat with 2 outs.
Very nimble over there at third base. He comes in, catches it before it short hops. Runners were making that ball go through. See Valencia getting back. Blue Jays need a clutch 2-out hit.
Valencia's at third. Pilar's at second. Ball is bounced in the dirt. Good play by Hannigan to keep Valencia from scoring. Donaldson's average at 346 now. A couple of insurance runs right here would be big for the Jays. Speed pitch. Donaldson wears out left-handed pitching. He's 6 for 11 so far this season. Ross has got a good arm.
Yep. Yeah, we saw him with the Texas Rangers when he was there. Coming out of the bullpen. The ball gets on quickly.
Last year he made 12 starts for Texas. He still only threw 78 in the 3rd innings. Just outside of first.
We've seen him do that a few times this year.
Donaldson's done a great job of using the whole field. I think with Rogers Center as his home ballpark, he doesn't have to think about pulling everything.
Look at that mighty swing on that breaking ball. Early in the count, like he might have even been setting up Robbie Ross. Looking for it.
That was a good breaking ball, and Hannigan got hit again. That pitch down and in where the catcher really has to go down and expose himself to that foul tip. Watch how he goes down, and that ball hit him right on the knee. On that left knee.
It's so wide behind the plate. Knee exposed and fouls it right off of it. That one off the shoulder earlier. Got a foul tip right in his face mask earlier today.
Donaldson battling with 2 strikes. Trying to come inside and missed all the way across the plate outside. Josh has 2 hits tonight. He's also walked. He's officially 2 for 3. One of his 2 hits went to right, the other one into center. He now has 6 hits to right field. Well, he's making him work, isn't he?
7 pitches. He's seen everything that Robbie Ross has to offer.
Bautista, he's had a good night at the plate. Picked up a couple of RBIs. Full count, runners at second and third. They'll hold their ground. The ball Driven in the air to right. Brock Holt shuffles his feet, gets under it, makes the play. Blue Jays leave a pair in the top half of the seventh. We'll go to the bottom of the seventh. Blue Jays lead it 9-6.
Everything you need for the Stanley Cup playoffs and Toronto Blue Jays. Shop tsc.ca. Want to send out our best wishes tonight to the Kurt Gibson family. Kurt diagnosed today, guys, with Parkinson's disease. Really tough to hear that kind of news.
Sure is, Barry, and we echo your sentiments completely. Kurt Gibson, of course, was working with Tigers in their TV broadcast, former manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, and that's sad news to hear for sure. This is Brock Holt, the right fielder, against Marco Estrada. Estrada used that breaking ball. He doesn't throw it much, but he used it at a very good time to end the sixth. He threw the breaking ball to Daniel Nava that struck him.
He's got a pretty good breaking ball. Looks more like a slurve than it does a curve or a slider. Somewhere in between. This is a team, the Boston Red Sox, again, they'll take a lot of pitches, so I think it'd be good for Marco to use that fastball early in the count, try and jump ahead, and then he's got two pitches to finish him off, the changeup and the slurve.
Yeah, they're very patient. They all don't mind hitting with two strikes.
Yeah.
So unless they see something they really like, they're going to lay off that first pitch.
Don't show them your get out pitch, if you will, early in the count. Pound those fastballs right in there, get ahead, and then use the changeup.
Boy, Russell Martin did a good job with that low fastball. Got the strikeout. 1 down.
The championship-winning Honda CRF 450R for those who dare to ride red.
Down, bottom of the seventh. That breaking ball bounced right on the plate. Marco Estrada entered the ball game with bases loaded, nobody out in the fifth. He would eventually walk Mookie Betts with the bases loaded to force in a run. He had a good inning in the sixth, struck out Daniel Nava to end the inning.
Had his share of walks, but he has kept the Red Sox in check. Pitch count is at 45 for Estrada. He's stretched out. Maybe if he has a quick inning here, maybe they can get one more out of him in the 8th.
They would love to be able to conserve a couple of those arms down in their bullpen and just try to get through the game with maybe just 3 relievers. Bouncing ball. Goins at short, takes the high hop, throws on the run just in time. Arnie Baylor, the first base coach, immediately turned to the dugout and said, "I want to look at that one." He turned to John Farrell immediately. Torrey Lavelle, the bench coach, is on the phone. He goes, "Go ahead and check that." Farrell didn't even hesitate. Said, "Why not? We're going to have a look at it."
That's a hard one to see from that angle. This should be the angle right here. When is it in the glove?
That's really interesting because you could see the ball into the pocket of the glove. It appeared, but came down on the foot came down on the bag same time the ball got in the glove. So if that's the case, the play on the field will stand. Not enough evidence to overturn the ruling.
Might as well take a shot right there. That ball's in the glove right there. Bogarts is almost on the bag. That was a quick one.
Yeah, it didn't take long to interpret that. Collins with that strong arm, heading with the 6-3 put out. 2 down. This is how you want to handle the bottom third of the lineup. Go right after him.
Yeah, attack him. He's done that. He's used his fastball against Cole. He used the fastball against Bogarts. Ryan Hannigan likes that fastball.
Goes after the fastball. To Hopper, to Travis. Good inning for Estrada. 3 up, 3 down. We'll move to the 8th. Jose Bautista trying to recapture his stroke. Has had a good night. A sacrifice fly and an RBI single. He's also walked. Blue Jays need the big slugger to be right.
Center, and it's Connect with the Jays tonight, presented by Honda. First 15,000 fans receive a Blue Jays and one TO Come Together t-shirt. Go to BlueJays.com for more.
Thank you very much, Barry. Another pitcher into the ball game for Boston. It's the 5th pitcher of the night, the left-hander Craig Breslow.
Veteran. There are his numbers through those 8 games. He's got the average fastball, but he's got excellent command of his stuff. Very good curveball. He's been able to hold righties to a 192 average. Lefties just 154. And he can handle both the lefties and the righties. It's the first time that we have seen him in this series.
Jose Bautista will start things off. He goes up there hacking. This ball is going to be behind the Red Sox dugout a couple of rows. Bautista earlier in the game had to jump back from an inside pitch. It looks like he aggravated his right shoulder. He had to raise his arms up, and that was the move that really bothers him. But obviously that bottom hand, that lead hand, that's the one that drives the bat through the zone. There's a drive to left field. This ball is fair. It's gone. It's gone for Bautista. All Jose needed was a little bit of Fenway Park to get him right.
Loves hitting in this ballpark. His swing is made for this ballpark. Nothing wrong with the shoulder there. Rizzo trying to slip a ball by him. And Jose does it again.
His 21st home run in this ballpark. And that was a no-doubter. That's a tough pitch to keep fair. His 33rd home run against the Red Sox.
Pitch down and in. Drop the barrel. Right there. He knows he's got it. He's hit plenty in this ballpark.
10-6 Blue Jays. That's the first home run of the night.
And it got out of here quickly.
Way out of here. Encarnacion hits a high fly ball to center. Mookie Betts backing up a few steps. So Bautista has had a sacrifice fly, an RBI single. He walked, has a home run. He struck out in his first at bat, but every at bat after that has been a very productive at bat.
Scored a couple of runs. Good to see him in the lineup.
Jose Bautista is certainly the offensive force in this lineup. He's the guy that makes everything happen in the middle of their order. He and Edwin Encarnacion, a wicked 1-2 punch. The catcher, Russell Martin. Three and 0. Breslow, as we mentioned, the fourth reliever to work. Mujica, Guevara, Ross Jr., and now Craig Breslow. Martin takes a 4-pitch walk. He walks for the second time. Another look at the home run. This is the first home run of the night.
15 hits, 10 runs. It's the first one to leave the ballpark for the Jays. They know it, and they know how big those add-on runs are. No lead ever seems safe here. I don't care what inning it is.
Yes, you'd like to have enough of a lead to go into the later innings and not use a lot of bullpenners. They need some rest. They're going to have a break. Michael Sanders, 1 for 4, picked up his first hit as a Blue Jay back in the third, part of that 5-run inning. Up the middle. Pedroia has it go off his glove. Martin's going to stop right there. Saw Mookie Betts backing up the play. The interesting ruling on this play. Pedroia.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they score this one. He normally handles that backhand as well as anybody in the American League, but it came up on him just a little bit.
He's committed 2 errors already. He is a long way from the bag, but he gets over toward the ball. Looked like he was getting ready to flip the ball with his glove. They've still not given us a ruling on that.
That last bounce always seems to take a crazy hop. Blue Jays will take it.
Pedroia, a 4-time Gold Glover. He has committed 2 errors this season. The Red Sox have an error on the scoreboard. That was Hanley Ramirez's error back in the 3rd inning. And now they have given Saunders a base hit.
I think that was a hit.
Yeah. It was going to be a tough play. I mean, obviously, you're used to seeing Pedroia make that play, but Michael Saunders with a couple of hits tonight. Danny Valencia got a base hit in his last at bat. That was against Robbie Ross Jr. Danny started in left field. Dalton Pompey dove for a ball in last night's game and had some neck issues. They kept him out of the starting lineup. Valencia can't believe it. He's called out on an inside pitch. Breslow now with 2 outs.
A little extra on that fastball, and that's right on the inside part of the plate. He'll occasionally cut the ball, but that looked like a 4-seamer right there.
Kevin Pillar has a big night at the plate. He walked and started the 5-run 3rd inning. And then he singled, and doubled. Officially 3 for 3 with a run scored. 2 runs scored, excuse me. And for good measure, stole a base.
Played a good center field, too. He's taken control out there a couple of times. Finish off with a good night right here.
He has tied his career high with 3 hits. It's his 3rd 3-hit game of his career. Go ahead and get that 4th one. That's what you want to see as a hitter. You're having a good night, make it a great night.
Be greedy, right? Get that first one, get number 2. 3. That's what all the great ones do. They're greedy. They don't settle for, well, I got my 2 hits, I'm good.
No. Can't be satisfied. You never know what tomorrow's game will bring.
That's right.
He's raised his batting average 28 points tonight. There's a drive into center. Mookie Betts hustling back makes the catch. So the Blue Jays are done in their half of the 8th. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. It's 10-6 Jays. Now it's time for a Blue Jays Central update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Greg Zaun.
baseball and get an extended 60-day free trial. Buck?
Thank you very much, Barry. It is the bottom of the 8th inning. In the background, you can hear the crowd singing Sweet Caroline. It's been a tradition here for a number of years. Blue Jays don't mind it so much tonight because they lead 10-6.
It's just taken us 3.5 hours to get to Sweet Carolina. But we're glad we're here, and we're glad with that 4-run lead.
So Aaron Loup takes over after Marco Estrada had 3 hitless innings of relief. Good effort by Estrada.
Very good. No hits, no runs for Marco Estrada. He'll give way to Aaron Loup. Loup pitched in last night's game. Got 4 outs on 10 pitches.
Economical, so he is back in there tonight. Mookie Betts, top of the order. Mookie Betts, the leadoff man. Been on base 7 of the 9 plate appearances he's had in this series. Been a good table setter. Betts is just 22 years old. Betts got out to a slow start this year, and he was able to keep his sanity as he had gone through it in the minor leagues. A couple of years ago in A-ball, he went through 100 at-bats and was hitting about 150.
He had his moments here. First couple weeks of the season, batting average now up to 235. It was 189 when he started yesterday. But he had his moments. Some great catches, good throws. He had the walk-off hit yesterday. That'll get your confidence up.
Yeah, they've had 2 walk-off hits this season. They've both been 22-year-olds. Xander Bogaerts had the other. I really enjoyed the comments Bogaerts had to Mookie Betts. He said, listen, I've been through what you've been through, so relax and be confident. A couple of 22-year-olds. But Bogaerts came up a couple of years ago, and he's got postseason experience, and he was just trying to help out his teammate. Going to have some ups and downs.
He's always been the youngest in whatever league he plays in.
Loup strikes him out. Loup gets that fastball inside, and he strikes out the first batter he faces here in the 8th.
John Gibbons was saying before the ball game that 8th inning, Aaron Loup, you'll see him. Brett Cecil in the 9th inning. That time he just pours that fastball in for the first out.
Dustin Pedroia takes his strike, taking all the way. Changeup. Had him out on that front foot. Pat, you mentioned Loup was good in his outing last night. 10 pitches, 9 strikes. He needs the same kind of efficiency tonight.
Yeah, be quick.
He's pitched well at Fenway Park in the past. Pedroia is called out. A couple of strikeouts for Loup here in the 8th.
Well, that's how you do it. As a hitter, you got to respect at least the thought that he might try and throw a fastball in the inner half, but when you can carve up the outside corner just as well, that makes it very tough on the hitter. Good job by Russell Martin to frame that one.
First pitch to David Ortiz is up and in. Ortiz has a couple of RBIs tonight. A sac fly and an RBI single. Encarnacion is guarding that first base foul line. That one hurt. Stung his hand a bit as that ball was near the bat handle. There's a base hit right through the shift. Saunders is going to play it off the wall. Ortiz is going to jog into second. Another double for David Ortiz. He's the all-time leader in doubles against the Blue Jays. That's his 61st double.
Just numbers and numbers. Third double this season. He had to get through 3 infielders. Evan Travis was out there. But it's over his head. Michael Saunders cannot cut that ball off. So it will go for extra bases for David Ortiz.
He's had a terrific career. 550th career double. Hanley Ramirez 1 for 4. Well, he swings it, doesn't he?
Yeah. Why wait?
Ramirez is a former National League batting champ. Signed as a free agent here.
Came up with the Red Sox through their farm system. Played with Dustin Pedroia. They were the double play combination on their Double-A team. 2005
in Portland, Maine. That ball is drilled down toward the pesky pole and gone. Just inside that right field foul pole, Hanley Ramirez hits his 9th home run of the season. He has been swinging the bat well throughout the first 2 games and hasn't had a lot to show for it. Here he drives in a pair with his 9th home run.
Before this pitch, 7 of his 8 home runs have been to left field. So he's been taking advantage of the green monster. Now he's going to take advantage of the pesky pole right down the line. It might even be shorter down the right field line. And obviously the wall isn't as high as the green monster. Slices it around the pole for 2 runs.
That home run ties Ramirez with Nelson Cruz for the lead in the American League with 9 home runs. All of a sudden it's a 2-run game. Sandoval batting right-handed for the first time.
See why you got to get those add-on runs like the Bautista homer?
Sandoval with his 4th hit of the night. That's his first hit in 18 at-bats against left-handed pitching. He had really struggled against lefties.
Not now. This ball is hit hard to left field. 2 quick strikeouts, then double home run in this single. They have now hit 6 batters in this inning, and that might be Aaron Luke's last hitter.
Well, John Gibbons has made the call to the bullpen. They have made the announcement. Alan Craig was introduced as the pinch hitter. He was batting for Daniel Nava. So after a quick start to the inning, Luke struck out Betts and Pedroia. Ortiz hit a double. Ramirez hit a homer. Sandoval with a single. It'll be Liam Hendricks on to face Alan Craig when we come back. It's a 2-run game. Up this 3-game series. It all starts at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That's the pregame show, 2:30 Pacific Time. Jim Campbell and Greg Zahn will set it all up. We'll follow them 30 minutes later. It'll be Rick Porcello for the Red Sox against R.A. Dickey. Game 3 of this 3-game series. Liam Hendricks into the game in relief of Aaron Loup. There's a runner at first, and the batter, Alan Craig, represents the tying run.
Here are the numbers for Liam Hendricks. He started out hot, and the season with 6 scoreless innings, but over his last couple of appearances, he's given up 4 earned runs.
Right back to the mound, and the pinch hitter is retired on 1 pitch. Good job by Hendricks to close out the Red Sox. They scored 2 in the 8th. They've made it a 2-run game as we head to the 9th.
So who else? Jose Bautista. He has been known to do this. This is his 49th game in this ballpark and 21st home run trot. A big home run last inning, right around the foul pole in left field. Jose Bautista with tonight's drive of the game.
A timely drive indeed for Bautista. He's had a good night at the plate. Drove in 3, gives him 13 on the season. Ryan Goins facing Craig Breslow. Breslow gave up that home run to Bautista starting off the top of the 8th. Alan Craig stays in the game defensively at first. He pinch hit for Daniel Nava. Tough pitch down and away. Goins struck out against Robbie Ross Jr. in the 7th, the other left-hander for Boston. Strike 3 called. John Farrell has come out. He'll take the ball from Breslow. As you see that pitch on the outside corner, according to Doug Eddings. So the batter is the #1 hitter, Devin Travis, the leadoff man. He's a right-handed bat. So Junichi Suzawa will come out of the bullpen and pitch with 1 out here in the 9th. New pitcher for Boston is Junichi Tozawa, making his 10th appearance. He has pitched well since he has come to Boston. He has pitched well against everybody but the Blue Jays.
But the Blue Jays. Stellar numbers once again for Tozawa. First 8 appearances this year have been scoreless. He gave up his first run of the season last Friday. 9 strikeouts and just 1 walk, which is pretty good.
Devin Travis getting a look at Tozawa for the first time. Tozawa against the Blue Jays. This is his 23rd appearance. He has a .697 earned run average and a .356 opponent's batting average.
It's amazing when you saw those numbers that we just put up there. Bouncing
ball. Sandoval throws it in the dirt. Boy, did he get a nice scoop from Alan Craig just into the game. A terrific effort by Craig as Sandoval really handcuffed him with that low throw.
That was an in-between hop right there. Craig, as the first baseman, you got to get as low as you can. And he does. Stays right with it and records the out over first base.
That's why coaches hit those fungos to first baseman. They'll get at second base and hit them fungos, and just to replicate that low throw. Sandoval owes Craig one. Donaldson gives it a ride deep to center field, and that's a home run. It hit to the right of that yellow line above the 379 mark, and for Donaldson, that's his 5th home run. Tozawa has given up 22 home runs in his career, 9 of them to the Blue Jays.
That's amazing. It's amazing every single time. He's got unbelievable numbers, bad numbers against the Blue Jays. You just mentioned a couple of an ERA around 7, .350 batting average, but the now 9 home runs are the one that's the stat that really shocks me. And that is a bomb to center field.
That's a breaking ball inside. It's absolutely amazing how the Blue Jays have hit Tozawa so hard, and Josh Donaldson's in his first month as a Blue Jay.
Put the blue uniform on.
It's infectious.
You're going to hit.
And this guy's got good stuff.
Yeah, what you saw the numbers. 9 strikeouts, just 1 walk. He gave up his first run of the season the last time out. But there's just something about the Blue Jays that bring out the best.
Bautista homered his last at bat. Hit a deep home run just inside the left field foul pole. He's had a 3 RBI night, a couple of hits. Donaldson, his home run, number 5 for the season. Josh has had 3 hits tonight. He's never going to want to hit anywhere other than number 2.
Yeah, don't take him out.
Bautista gets a piece of it. With 3 hits tonight, Donaldson is now 16 for 20. Batting in the number 2 spot.
16 for 20. That's 800.
That's pretty good. 16 for 20. Hitting in the number 2 spot in the lineup. Tozawa strikes out Bautista. A couple of strikeouts, but Josh Donaldson, he puts a Blue Jay uniform on and immediately hits a home run against Junichi Tozawa. Blue Jays have treated him rudely. Here comes Brett Cecil. save situation here in the ninth.
Through 8 games this season, Brett is 1-2. He's in trouble retiring the left-handed batters. You can see the numbers that he has given up this year, 571 versus the left-handers. But you're right, John. Gibbons has said he's going to be my closer. They're going to put him back out there. He wants some experience, and Cecil has done that before. He did it in college at the University of Maryland.
Cecil had one save opportunity. That was in his first outing against the Yankees, and he blew a save. That was the only chance. He actually came in the 8th inning in that game and retired just one batter, walked the batter, gave up a hit batter. And here he throws one up and into Brock. It's a 3-run game. The Red Sox scored 2 in the 8th. Blue Jays got an insurance run in the top half of this inning. Josh Donaldson with the home run. Cecil was slowed in spring training by some shoulder tendonitis. He didn't have a normal spring. He was a little bit behind. No check on the appeal. Cecil wants the appeal. There it is. It's very late. Adam Amari down at third. Rings up Holt for the swing. It's now 1 ball and 2 strikes.
You got that curveball. It's a good one. It's a hard snapping breaking ball, tough on the lefties. And challenge him with the fastball.
Well, the one thing you don't want to do is put base runners on him. And that's been a problem for the Blue Jays tonight. They have walked 6. Walked 7. Here, Hutchinson, the starter, walked 5 in 4+ innings of work. And here, Holt strikes out. Russell Martin goes to first to complete the strikeout. 1 down. Now for a preview of what's coming up next on Sportsnet Central. Here's Ken Reed in the Walk-Up Osman. That's coming up right after this game. Make sure you stay tuned. 1 out, Xander Bogaerts. He grounded out to shortstop his last time up. He drove in a run and scored a run in that 4-run second inning for Boston. That gave the Red Sox a 4-0 lead. Blue Jays stormed right back in the next half inning and scored 5 in the top of the 3rd. Then they added 3. Red Sox scored single runs in the 4th and 5th, 2 in the 8th. Blue Jays got that big insurance home run from Donaldson after Bautista hit one in the 8th. You never really take a big deep breath until the final out of a ball game here at Fenway Park, no matter what the score is. Blue Jays looked like they were in control of that game last night. And they gave up a run in the 8th. Wild pitch contributing to that sac fly off the bat of Hanley Ramirez, and they won it in the 9th.
It's always important to get that first out of the inning. Cecil strikes out. Holt facing 7, 8, 9. What you don't want to do is turn that lineup over. I'd just as soon see Betts and Pedroia on the bench.
I tell you what, this middle of the order is as potent as the Blue Jays' middle of the order. When you look at Boston, when you include Pedroia in the 2 spot, Ortiz, Ramirez, Sandoval. That's as potent as anybody's lineup.
And they're all hot right now.
Bogaerts had a big at bat in the game last night when he had a 2-strike slider off of Miguel Castro to start the inning. That came with 1 out. He got on base, went to second on Hannigan's single to center, and then they moved up on the wild pitch. Bogaerts scored the winning run. He reaches for it, and Valencia gets there, and it's 2 down. That breaking ball had Bogaerts out in front. So Ryan Hannigan, the last hope for the Red Sox to keep this game going. Number 9 hitter. He walked in his first at bat and scored, and he has since gone 0 for 3. Bounces this ball through the left side, base hit. It's never over till it's over here in Boston, that's for sure.
You got to work for it all the time. Red Sox scored those 4 runs walked in the second inning after 2 were out. They also scored 2 runs in the 8th inning after 2 were out. So they make you work.
Aaron Loop in the 8th struck out the first 2 batters, Mookie Betts and Dustin Pedroia, and then gave up a double and a home run. 2 outs. Here is Mookie Betts. And that goes right through the wickets back to the screen. Like there's some gremlins in this ballpark for the Blue Jays. Russell Martin got his glove all turned over and couldn't make the play on that ball.
See how they score that one. It didn't look like it hit the ground, so it might be a pass ball. Well, that run out at second base means nothing. It's the guy on deck. And you hope for the Blue Jays he doesn't have a chance. This is the guy you want right here.
Dustin Pedroia waits on deck. 2-0 to Mookie Betts. There's a strike. The play was ruled a wild pitch, charged to Cecil. Two and 1. Now it's even at 2-2.
Good curveball tonight.
Seems to be a lot tighter breaking ball.
Yep. A lot tighter. Getting the movement that he needs. See if he's got another one in him. He's going to it.
There it is on the ground. Travis at second. Throws out Betts. That's the ball game. So Brett Cecil comes out of the pen to pick up his first save of the season. Offensively, everybody making contributions. Travis gets another hit. Goins had a big triple. Donaldson had a huge night at the plate. He had a home run, part of a 3-hit night. Kevin Pillar, he had 3 hits. Everybody getting involved.
Yeah, well, it wasn't easy for the Blue Jays, but they will take it the way they have been playing. Anytime you could walk off the field.